UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I am your werewolf back again with Scooner of the Tuna, my wingman, for this stream of Season 3 X-Men Evolution review. Now,
Woo-hoo!
oh, my wingman is excited. So let everybody know that you're here, Scooner. Say hello.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Hello. Coming at you live from a secret government research facility buried deep underground with excellent Wi-Fi. Hopefully it doesn't cut out this time. I
Hopefully it doesn't
am
cut out this time.
the hyper-intelligent tuna fish, Scoonertuna.
All right. Excuse me. Let me clear my throat real quick. that was embarrassing. We have the Maverick Hunter Saint with sorry. We have the Maverick Hunter Saint Brian Gill Martin with us today as our first wingman to appear. I'm pretty sure we're going to get some more people in here. Hopefully they'll surprise us. They're going gorilla, everybody. It's gorilla time, guys. Go time. Considering what's been happening of late outside of the internet world. We have also Melissa Harris wishing us a good stream as always. So she's saying, I will see you tonight at Professor Geek's live streams as always. Good luck on the stream. Thank you, Melissa Harris. You take care.
Thank you, Melissa Harris. You are always so awesome. Brian Gill Martin, welcome.
Also, tune in for Thursday for we have another wingman that will be joining me on Thursday. It will be the topic of talking about pandering in media, and the wingman will be the Lady of Valor, Leia Plus Size. So, gear up for that. We finally got her StreamYard working so that she can watch it on her tablet, so that she can communicate us through her tablet. So we finally got that situation out of the way. We will be having her on Thursday. Now,
awesome.
what to say about this season of all things, Scooner? What give me your thoughts. What did you feel? How did you feel about this season?
All right. Well, to just put it simply, when I first saw, this season, I was like, wow, holy smokes, what? Huh? Oh my gosh, so awesome. I loved it, to put it simply.
Mm-hmm.
This is really, like I said about season 2, 2 and 3 is the high watermark of this show, of the quality.
I agree. And before we continue further, let me highlight Melissa Harris' comment. I know she's left us now, but once she catches in the backwash, well, at least now you have a stream of people talking about what we liked about the X-Men. Heck, if anything, check out Ishii's latest stream about the X-Men, the 90s X-Men and the 80s X-Men when he talking to Janelle Pinner for that one. If you want to hear people talk about good X-Men content and what writers took with the team for good or for ill. Mm-hmm. So you explained your reaction to this season as Jumpin' Jehoshaphat Yahoo!
Uh-huh.
I would say revisiting this season really highlights like you said, a really high note for where the series was going to go. Gone were the Saved by the Bell, like Buffy style of writing, even though that was not really a bad thing. That was not really a bad thing about the first season of the series. The third season really, this is where we are now beginning to see the X-Men as they've always been seen. Outcasts, the X-Men proper. Yes, we've took the training wheels off. We've seeing how it's going to be from now on. Now that mutants, spoilers for the second season, mutants have been discovered. They have been they've been exposed to the public eye, and we're going to walk through this season episode by episode to really talk about the characters, the character dynamics, the escalation, the de-escalation, the stakes, especially when we get to the final episode that cap off this season, which we're going to talk about when we get there. We're gonna be building it up in snippets, guys.
Hmm.
So this one was a big one. This was definitely a big one. I have to say, I don't think there's ever a least favorite episode in this season at all.
No, no. Most of my favorite episodes come from this season. This was the one
Yeah,
that had, like I said, like you said, gone were the days of the Saved by the Bell, teen drama with an X Men theme behind it because they used this was them using those seasons wisely to establish the characters and the world in which they live in. So now that you've established them and you've shown the status quo, you can now move the story forward to X Men proper.
right. And Brian Gilmore has a question. He says, I forgot which season of X-Men feature Omega Red. That will be season 4, the final season. We'll
Yeah,
be talking about him in that season when we get there. So before we even get into this whole discussion, let's go over the designs now. We have
design.
some new designs. We have some designs that I was going to show you guys, but I thought about it. I was like, you know what? Let's wait until we get to that season for us to really discuss the designs, especially when it comes to a certain recurring villain that I haven't really shown that much in these the past 2 streams. Let's start with Wolverine actually,
In
when it
that,
comes to the hero.
oh yeah, Wolverine in
Because
that beautiful, beautiful ultimate design.
yeah, it's a it's an ultimate. It's basically a direct basically a direct design of Ultimate X-Men Wolverine. Now you
Hmm.
got one thing I didn't really notice at all is that he has these bands on his arms, which is a nice fit. The belt I like too, but what is he gonna do with them patches, with them pouches? What is he carrying in the pouches?
Well,
That's the
maybe.
only design flaw there.
Well, this is a kid show, so we can't have Wolverine going all Logan where he's like slicing people up. So inside there, he's probably going to have like knockout gas or a two-way communicator.
Probably.
Like the
Yeah,
standard superhero stories, I guess.
I
Granted,
will
they did
say
absolutely nothing with those pouches, by the way.
nope, they do not. They do not. I will say I'm still a little conflicted about him having his face exposed. I'm still a bit conflicted by that.
I always chalked it up to in this season, the secret's out, so it's no need for mutants to hide anymore. And
Right.
secret identities and all of that it's like subtleties kind of had its day. So it's
Yep.
now it's like just let's just go all out. And that's kind of what I like about this design. There's nothing concealed about Wolverine anymore, and he's not worried about hiding who he is anymore. This is just him finally letting loose, saying, "This is what I am." And
Well, I also like to add as well is the fact that this suit transition can be explained through world building. The
mhm,
fact that the X Mansion has been the Xavier Institute has been obliterated,
yep,
and they for the most part in the first episode they're still in tattered clothing.
yep,
So they had to like rebrand and rebuild some suits, and this is his rebuilt suit right here.
precise,
So
yeah.
that explains his transitioning.
Yeah, it was like
And
it's basically we're at the like you were saying, it's at the point now where they, we have to regroup, and not only do we have to regroup, the world knows who we are, so we got to be incognito.
yeah, so that's all I'm gonna say. I like this suit. I still prefer the I will say I still prefer his first and second season suit, but it's still it's a great design. It's up it you know what this was coming around the time where the movies were still going. I think X2 X-Men United had already came out that year, wherever
And
year that
everybody
this
was hotly anticipating X-Men 3, especially with that beautiful teaser at the end. But we'll get to that
yep.
when we get to the movies.
Yeah, definitely. Um and Ultimate X-Men had already launched after the first movie was done because they took a lot from that first movie into Ultimate X-Men, and this is why this is this this is why this suit design happened, basically. But you
Hmm.
could still, again, like I said, you could still explain it away through world building why he got this suit. Um, let's go into the Morlocks. We actually get an introduction of the Morlocks in this
Oh,
season,
the Morlocks.
and this version is Callisto. So I'm not gonna talk about that much about the Morlocks. So we'll get more into them when we get to the episode that introduced them, but not in this. The designs are fine. They serve their purpose. The Morlocks are supposed to look horrendously ugly to the point where they can't go outside. They have
Yeah.
to stay underground. But
With the
let's go into
exception of Millennium,
Callisto.
she still looks great.
Yeah, let's get into that, shall we? Callisto's design, I like it.
Me too.
I
Gone are the times of the whole street, the street biker attire, and more of
right.
like, this more of like this. I guess, okay, for lack of a better, for me, it looked like she's just like, this is what she would wear if she went to the gym.
Yeah,
A workout, which is supposed to be, the daily life of the Morlocks. It's a workout and it's a struggle.
yep. That, and it's kind of like got that little grunge bike. It's still got a little bit of biker woman thing going on, but it's got a little grunge to it too.
Mm-hmm.
Like she could, like she stepped out of off a scene from a Mad Max movie shooting,
Oh yeah.
and that's basically that's basically how they look anyway. They're supposed to look like they came from Mad Max a bit here and there.
Mm-hmm.
The eye patch is nice. I like her hairstyle. Her
Yeah. The
hairstyle is
longer,
always wild. So
yeah, the long
go ahead.
hairstyle I like more than the short haired in the '90s comics.
Yeah, and I like her personality shines so much more in this version. You can kind of see that stern kind of protective look going on with her, and
Yeah.
the pose that she's doing is kind of a bit of a showman thing, trying to show off. She's not gonna
Those
she's not gonna
heroic
back
poses,
down.
like
Yeah,
one of those
she's not gonna.
heroic poses, and it's meant to strike into. It's a deceptive. It's it's showing how deceivingly powerful she is. She, on the surface, if you look at her, there's nothing there, but when she's in action, holy smokes!
Yeah, that, and she's also intimidating. She's got
Yeah.
this intimidating posture. So
Mm.
that's all I gotta say. It's a good balance. The color balance is good too, and again, it checks off everything that I say about character designs for my criteria, head to toe. Nothing should not be stopping me from reaching from head to foot,
Hmm.
and it works. Like the belt, and the knee guards are the same color, the same
Hmm.
color set about the pants, the boots, the the whatever you call these armbands are exact same color as well. There's no mismatch is what I'm saying, and
Yeah,
it's a good
it's
balance.
all a
It's
collect. Yeah, it's all. It flows. It flows.
Yep. Even the shirt you could change the color and it still would work. It
Hmm.
would still work. But let's move on, shall we, to our latest addition to this season,
The
X-23.
debut of the magnificent X-23.
So most people probably know who she is now, but for us, she will always be X-23.
Hmm.
I was I was a bit open to her being the next Wolverine, the legacy Wolverine, but considering how they're writing her now, they don't get her. They don't get X-23.
Mm-mm. If anything, they got to read the comic book X-23 Innocence Lost. This was
Yep.
the comic book that essentially brought X-23 into the mainstream comic books and did it in such a beautiful way that it flowed. That is that and this series is my X-23.
Yeah, that definitely. And I have to get a little personal as well. A lot of my female characters I create and are writing come from this template of X-23. It's because of her why I write and create excuse me, badass females.
Yeah, exactly.
Or at least
I
bad
could get behind that.
or at least badass females with reasonable reasons to be
Yeah, with
angry at the world.
yeah, and this is one of the most brilliant stories I've ever seen before. I never thought, holy smokes! And this is and just how surprisingly dark it is. And I'm like, this is a
Yeah,
good show, right?
yeah.
I
It
mean,
went. Yeah, when we get to that episode, we'll say this is where X-Men got gargoyles.
yeah, I know. For Batman the animated series, and I didn't even. I mean, this. But what I this just uh, uh, is a tribute to the brilliance of season three. It's like, yeah, we're done. Are the funny ha ha. I mean, we still get those
Mhm.
episodes, but gone are the days of the sitcom or drama. No, now we're getting a smack dab crash course into what X Men is.
And let me go over her design real quick before we move on to the villains of this that's going to take center stage for this season.
Mm-hmm.
So nice balance of black and gray. Got the yellows to on the side there to mirror kind of the obviously she's of Wolverine's blood.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you got the finer details of the boots again mirroring again Wolverine, the pants, the gloves. The gloves are a nice touch too. The
This
sleeves
almost looks
are
like it
nice.
was lifted right out of the movie.
Yeah, yeah, they were going for that X2 look in this season. So this is where they're borrowing from. The claws are a nice detail. There are two claws instead of three. She's got blades in her feet this time. This time instead of Wolverine, she's got a bit of a ethnicity thing going on here. She's got a little shade of skin, a little brown shade of skin, brown hair. She's not technically she's of Wolverine's blood, but obviously there's something else afoot there about
Can I
her
can I
creation.
can I confess something here?
Go ahead.
I didn't even realize about the ethnicity until you brought it up. I'm like, oh my gosh, how did I miss this? This is
Yeah,
a
I just
a very now
I,
something just when we get to the episode because now suddenly the connection has just been made for me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I missed this. And now I love
yeah,
this character even more now.
I was looking at her design multiple times before we got started. I was like, she's got a little bit of an ethnicity thing going on. She might be Puerto Rican or
Yeah,
some
yeah, some
Brazilian maybe.
yeah, Brazilian. Yeah, exactly. And this, I don't want to get. Oh my gosh, I can't say anymore without spoiling the episode. But when we get to this episode, you got to remind me about this
Yeah,
because
yeah.
because now everything suddenly makes sense now.
And let's get to a specific nice
Yes,
render
yes,
of her through another person's art. Let me reiterate, we're not using this art to display for profit. This is just a display, much more better detail for the characters, so you can get an idea of what we're talking about, why the designs work.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And
This picture right here perfectly sums up her personality.
and to whomever who did this artwork, kudos to you.
We
Credit to your work.
up the great work.
Go ahead.
I'm saying, I'm just, yeah, I was adding on. Sorry, I'm just saying, yeah, whoever wrote this, drew this. We love you. Keep up the great work. We do not own any of this. Please support the official release. Anybody who is listening to this.
Exactly. Now let's get into Sabretooth as our first look at the villain's design. So
Mm-hmm.
this is his season one design, and it's been consistent throughout this whole series. There's been no changes. This design stayed the same. He's got a little bit of sideburns here and there. He's got this menacing look. He's got the long blonde hair, the arm guards, the shoulder pads. He's basically just built for combat. Even the
Mm-hmm.
boots says it all. This whole little plate area thing says it all. I
Yeah.
used to didn't like this plate area because to me when I was young I thought it made him look fat. But when you look up he actually got ass behind it, so technically he's not fat.
No, but yeah, I get what you're saying. His whole design just screams, I am the physical intimidation. I am a beast. I am a monster, and I will rip you apart.
Yep, and of course we all know where this whole little hanging coat he got
Yep.
from. This is basically a carryover from the first movie
Yep.
where Sabretooth, played by Tyler Mane, wore a long coat this
Yeah,
time
Tyler Moon did a
instead.
great job. I feel he gets eclipsed by Liev Schreiber, but
Yeah,
Tyler Moon did an amazing. He captured the ferocity of what Sabretooth was. Liev Schreiber got the personality.
yeah. Now, if only we get a new X-Men movie where they combine the two.
Exactly.
And I have a confession: '90s Sabretooth used to scare me because of
Oh,
how large he was.
uh huh.
And
I thought, but it was the suit that really just took it out for me. I'm just like, okay, you can be scary and terrifying, but that suit that looks like a leotard,
yeah. Now let's
and
get into his
and most people can pull it off, but he just could not.
yeah. Let's get into his design from the cauldron, which I
Mm-hmm.
explained in the first well, no. Yeah, I explained it yeah, that was the first season. That was just me soloing right there.
Yeah.
And this is his design when he came out of the enhancer machine. I kind of wish they could have stuck to that.
It would have been, yeah, but I understand why the writers chose not to because first off, the themes of season two. This would be perfect for season three, but season two, he would have stuck out like a sore thumb. With the
Right.
season one design, it's clear that Sabretooth can still blend in with the normal human populace. Most people would just see him as a muscular, hairy man. This
Yeah.
this was like an actual monster.
They don't really explain why he went back to what he did because there was no indication that he was anywhere near the blast of the enhancer. You know, once Astro M exploded
Yeah,
through it.
that's one of those goofs that will probably never be solved.
And now let's go into our reintroduction of the Juggernaut. So I never showed the Juggernaut that much because he only shows up for two episodes. One one ep- Basically the first episode and the first not the first episode, but the one episode that introduced him in
Yeah,
the first season, and
yeah,
then we're going to get him again later on in this season. But this
yep,
is actually the design for the Juggernaut,
yep. It's
and
beautiful.
I like it. I
Me too.
love it. It's basically
There's
just
really, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
it's basically just the original design, but a bit of a color change in the pants area because everything is brown, or at least like a dark shade of brown, whereas the old design is kind of like a got like a bronze color in where things are like armor for him. They exposed his shoulders this time. They gave him a bit of armor plating here and down here, whereas the armor plane used to be somewhere in this area in the '90s version, if I recall.
Yeah,
You can go ahead, Schooner.
yeah. I'm looking at the old design since now you said that, and yeah, it does look like that,
Okay.
like you're describing.
Yeah, the only problem I have with it because obviously I did mention in the first season stream that they made him to immune. So now his helmet is no longer kind of like you would say it's skin graft to his armor, like in the comics would be. Now you can actually unlatch the helmet and remove it like yeah, go ahead, basically make it an obvious weakness for the heroes to exploit. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. It's
But
that's like the okay, because physically he's intimidating. You can't take him down, so just unlatch his helmet.
yeah, whereas in the comics and of course the '90s show, you had to really hit that helmet hard enough to knock it off. That
Hmm.
was the challenge. And
Yeah.
there's of course we all know there's plenty of enemies of the Juggernaut that's able to do that. The Hulk, Colossus, Thor. Many
Hmm.
people has managed to knock that helmet off, but like in this case, you just got to unlatch it, and he casually unlatches it too and take it off in one episode. We're going to get into that though. We're going to get to that. A little another picture of him. This is the first season of him, and I kind of like I like this scene with the first season with him just walking towards the mansion. And he just casually just walking through the highway.
Yeah.
There's there's a whole little roadblock, and he walks through that like it's nobody business.
I
And
know.
then
Yeah. And
And then
that's
there's
how Xavier finds out. First, he gets a call from the penitentiary saying that he's escaped, and then he turns on the news, and it's like, oh, I know where he's going.
yep. And then there's a scene where the train passes him by and he bumps into it. He doesn't bump to the train per se, but he bumps into the cars, and the cars are just basically just piling and piling and piling in the background, and he's still walking like nobody's business.
Yeah,
So that's the
exactly.
so that's the Juggernaut. Let's get into the acolytes this time, since
Oh, yeah, here we
we
go. I was waiting for this because I was like, oh, I got so much to say about this, but you said no, season 3, and I'm like, no, but
yeah.
you can't ask me to
Yeah, I
wait
was about
that.
to say that. I was about to say like yeah we're about, yeah I know we're about to get into these guys, but like yeah let's save it for season 3 because this is where they get to shine in
Mm-hmm.
season 3. So I was gonna pull that off so that we can actually get into it. Now that we're here, let's get into one of the acolytes, Colossus. Now this is Colossus without his armor on. Um, I'm not crazy about his little cleft here on his hairline here. Once we get into his armor form,
I think
major
that
improvement.
I always thought because Colossus is Russian, right? I always thought
Yeah,
that that was more of like a military style haircut.
it is, but like I said, I wish it would have came at a V in this area right here, where
Yeah,
his forehead is, like it does in his armor form, which we're gonna get into soon. But they borrowed a lot from the classic a bit. The yells are now the shoulder guards. We got armor plating here. We got a nice belt here. It's got pants, but there's a line in this area which we're going to talk about when we get to his armor form. But there's nothing really to say about his human form that much other than it's serviceable. Just a
and
little minor nitpick on my part.
he's got
Go ahead.
also red. He's got combat boots.
Yeah. So yeah, there's nothing really to say about his human form. Just other than it's good for what it is. Like I said, just minor nitpick that on my part. Just a minor nitpick. Now here is
So
him in more armor.
magnificent chef kiss right here. This, yes.
Yep. This is his introduction in the Day of Reckoning Part 1, I believe. When he
Mm-hmm.
steps out, he steps out in his human form, but he shows off in this scene. And the way how his armor comes on, it's like Iron Man armor coming on. It's got that nice shing 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 sound going on.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets bigger,
I know.
like he
See, that's
does in
also
the
what I
90s.
like. He looks like, yeah. At first, you think, okay, he's a huge jacked man, and then suddenly he gets his armor comes on. Oh, that's a
Even
huge
huger and
jacked man.
jacker.
Yeah, that's a huge jacked man. It's like, wow, okay, huge jacked man right here. Then it goes, that's a huge jacked man.
Yeah. And like I said, my nitpick is elated now that his little hair right here goes into a V at the end.
Yeah, what I
Yes.
also like too that they did in Day of Reckoning, which we don't see anymore because I know it probably cost a lot to animate, but you see the reflective surface, the way his armor is reflecting in light.
Yep.
Give it that
Which
real
you see in this
shiny
scene.
appearance. Yeah,
Yeah, this is another scene where they fight him here and there, and now I'm gonna show off the full body here, so we can actually get a look at the boots. The boots are fine. I love the boots. The boots look good, is what I'm
yeah.
saying. It's got a little, again, it's got some balance from the shoulder guards to the boots with the studs right here. It's got
Hmm.
more black right here and here
And this
to
is
match
probably
all
what I
the black.
liked also more. And this is a little bit of a side tangent, but this is also what I
Go
liked
ahead.
about the third season of X-Men Evolution. They are now really heavily embracing the exaggerated features that come with cartoons. They weren't trying to make
Exactly.
him more real. They're trying to say, no, let's make him, this is a cartoon, so let's just embrace the cartoon world.
Right. Now let's get into Gambit, which is in Day of Reckoning when they brought him in. He wasn't wearing this coat, but this time you got him in his coat here.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Nothing to really say much about this concept art yet. The coat is fine. However, Gambit without wild hair is a crime against humanity. I do not like his hairstyle in this season. I kept looking at it now. I was like, I do not like what they did with his hair here. I do kind of like the beard they sporting.
Hmm.
That's fine. His
Yeah,
eyes tend to change color between takes in some of the
yeah.
episodes.
I think that's animation goof
Yeah, it's basically an
because
animation
one
goof.
instant, because in one instant he has normal eyes, the next instant it's black with red irises.
Yeah, black eye, black sclera. Yeah,
Yeah.
with the black sclera. So underneath it's got burgundy and gray, which I'm digging. I'm digging with the black. I'm
Hmm.
digging that design. He also has. I'm just describing what's underneath the coat. By the way, everybody, he actually has short sleeves for the top half in this version, and the gloves are nice. I love the gloves.
Yeah, the
They're
finger.
not his, yeah, they're not his you know his casual his traditional two finger and thumb cuts like in the
Hmm.
90s one, but I like them. I like them. He's also he's still got his trademark staff too.
Oh, you
Um,
can't have Gambit without the staff.
yep. So here's more of another person's artwork again. This one shows a bit more of what's underneath the coat. The boots are nice, a bit more detailed than how they actually look in the show. But I
Yeah, the
like the
shin
design
guards
of the
are really
boots.
cool.
Yeah, love the boots. Love the again with the pouches. But like we could talk. We can actually infer that that might be where he stores his cards.
Exactly. This is where okay. Now the pouches are practical.
Yeah. Um, the burgundy is with yeah. The burgundy is in the middle. The grayest gray or bluish grays on the outside. So I like that. They kept his little head thing, which was a good thing. So all is forgiven on that front.
Yeah, I
As far
think
as I
yeah, I think Gambit just got more of a modern update of his attire.
yeah,
I mean,
I
because not
again
there was barely any changes.
yeah again. Minor nitpick is just the hairstyle. That's all thing that's killing it. It's the hairstyle. Now let's get to Pyro. Pyro is not really much to say about other than I like it.
Yeah,
I like it a lot.
I agree. It's definitely they. This is one of those cut and paste, give it a modern update. The only difference in Pyro is they gave him a mask and made his I want to say looks more like one of those like welding suits or whatever, like when you're going in extremely hot areas. That's all that's really.
Welder type look, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like I said about Avalanche, basically a more a suit fit for basically an engineer.
yeah.
In the case of Pyro, in the case of Avalanche, basically a construction gear that's made for a construction worker. Basically, what was I'm guessing how I described it is basically that's how I look at it. In the case, like I said, in case of Pyro, he's an engineer slash welder. So they got that the nice balance of orange and red's good from the sides, the insides. Yeah, and like you said, he doesn't mask this time. He's not. He doesn't look like a fire wizard this in this version.
No, I also like the orange visor they gave him.
Yeah, and this is also from Day of Reckoning too. When he comes out, he shows off his powers. Everybody shows off their powers in that exact same scene. I wish I had gotten the scene where Gambit pops out, but I couldn't find it. So that's
Yeah,
it
that was cool.
for designs. Um, we got Big Al in the house now, and he knows very little about X-Men Evolution.
Well, then let us enlighten Big Al.
Hopefully, if he
Oh,
sticks around. Before we continue, we're in the 30 the 30 mark, so let's get into some comments before we get into the comments. I mean, get into the thick of it. So we got a lot from Brian Gilmartin. He says he kind of likes Wolvie in his classic mask. Yeah. Uh, he also agrees that that's a pretty cool design for Callisto.
mm-hmm.
Uh, I think Al was only here for a brief moment, so he won't. Yeah, he was here for a brief moment. Thanks for coming by, Al. By the way, thank you. Brian Gilmartin says, I like how the yellow and 23's design help reinforce Wolverine. I mean, help reference Wolverine. And he says, "Isn't X-23 supposed to be part Asian? Maybe."
That actually, when I saw that comment, I was like, oh, I got to make a note of this. Okay, so this series, you're right, seems a little more Brazilian style. The comic books definitely went with a more Asian aesthetic. Aesthetic, I'll use that term in air quotes.
Yep.
And the movie went for more of a Hispanic descent. So
Yeah.
it really varies on who's writing.
Interpretation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interpretation, design. So thanks. There's your answer, Brian. Well, excuse me for saying this, guys. Do you know who I am? I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Thank you, Brian, for almost turning this stream into an R-rated stream like we did with the Blade streams. Also, he says that that's some cool armor for Colossus. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And he says fingerless gloves are always cool. I have my own pair of fingerless gloves. I love them in various fabric, leather, linen. You know. You were gonna say something, Scooner.
I was just another add-on with Colossus. He looks almost like a knight in shining armor.
There you go.
And when we get into season 3, it becomes all the more clear.
Yeah. So we'll begin now that we've covered everything. We got through the comments, which was quite actually easy. Again, seeing only one person. Hopefully, we'll get bigger. Hopefully,
we must keep going for the sake of that one person.
Yes. So, Brian, you're committed. We're committed. Let's get into it. Let's start with the episode, Day of Recovery. What's your take on Day of Recovery?
That's an appropriate title. After Day of Reckoning, Part 1 and 2, we get a Day of Recovery. Although it's kind of misleading because there really doesn't seem to be much recovering in this episode.
No, it's not.
But this is also what I love. What I loved most about the episode. Do you want me to do the brief overview, or
go ahead?
The brief overview is that it picks up right after immediately following the first episode, the last episode of the second season, and the X-Men are now on the run. They're deciding on a course of action, and they decide, you know what? First things first, prioritize. We need to get our Fallen and so they go with the help of an unlikely source, Nick Fury. They find out where their friends have been taken, and that's Area 51. So they break into Area 51. I know. I'm like, I wonder now. Maybe that's the real reason why everybody wanted to raid Area 51. They're hiding mutants. So they break into Area 51. They're able to rescue their friends. Cyclops leaves Mystique behind in Area 51. And it ends with Wolverine and the X-Men and Storm, all of them, seeing the damage of the mansion and deciding the next step because they're now living in a world where mutants are known.
Also, Professor X is still missing.
Yeah, I'm getting into that right now. So as to the episode itself, I loved it because where most TV shows, especially live action TV shows, after an explosive finale that was season 2, they would have always said, okay, they would have always done a time jump. They would have said, okay, 3 months or 2 weeks have already passed. Each of these characters have already gone off in their own separate ways. No, and I love this.
That's going to be the golden standard for modern writing nowadays.
Yeah, and what I love about this season, because other shows that actually, okay, we're going to start immediately after where the last season ended, they always say, okay, we're going to start from the end, and then we're going to work our way back. No, this one goes all forward. We are moving forward. I love it because it opens up right with the X-Men confronting Mystique, saying, "Where's Professor Xavier?" She's like going, "I'm not saying anything." Jean tries reading her mind. It doesn't work, and they're this close to actually having an all-out fight. But then the Bayville cops show up, and it's like going, "Uh-oh. All right, we have to put this fight on hold because we got to run."
Another disparity on Mystique's abilities there.
Yeah, but yeah,
We could.
exactly. I think this is
I'm a
this,
little conflicted by that. I'm still a little conflict. Like
the whole point of X-Men was that they were not all powerful. Their powers had limitations,
yeah,
and every mutant kind of had a certain. It's about that evolutionary standard where every mutant had a certain quality that put them either above or below the other mutants that they were fighting. It's kind of
yeah,
like it's like Apex Predator and
yeah.
a yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Right. We
Um,
also got the side story about Wanda, wondering what happened to Magneto after the crashing of the Sentinel,
yep.
which we
Um,
later find out that it was Pietro that saved them in the nick of time. Once they
yep.
once she and Toad goes to look at the video footage, the news, I think the news
Yeah.
footage, and
Oh,
that's
can
where
we
they.
just take a minute to appreciate the animation in this episode too? It's like, I
Yeah.
mean, the action is like nonstop, heart pounding. It's like Day of Recovery. You're like, I'm sorry. When we got to season 2, you were like seeing technical goofs in all of these various episodes, and then you get to Day of Reckoning, and you're like, oh, so that's where all the budget went. And I'm just like, when you get to season 3, you're like, whoa, look
Mm-hmm.
at the flowing and the movements. I love the fact that the Bayville police are trying to apprehend them, and they're just making a mock. It just shows the actual real inadequacy of the human forces
I
because
think if I recall, they try to catch multiple man. He just breaks it into multiple versions and so start running around.
yeah. And then they try to chase after Wanda. Wanda just basically makes all their guns useless. The
Yep.
helicopters are swooping in, and Storm is just blowing them away.
Yep.
And they are actually, okay, to their credit, they are actually able to capture Jean and put her in the police car. But then Crawler just teleports inside, saying, "Thanks for leaving the keys at the ignition," and starts driving off.
Yep. That's my favorite part of that scene. Is that he just jumps in. He doesn't even have his driver license. He's just rolling.
I
I
know.
think I think he made a joke about that. I think he made a
Yeah,
joke about that.
exactly. And then, and that's the whole. I mean, though the humans are rendered almost useless in this fight, it shows strength in numbers because they're nearly overwhelming the X-Men. But to the X-Men's credit, they're saying don't hurt them. We're
Yeah.
not going to hurt them. We're not going to kill them. We just got to get out of here. And it
And
ends, and the chase scene ends beautifully with this beautiful. I'm calling it the ET moment because
yep.
they're driving to the gate. They're completely cut off, and then Jean just lifts the car up.
Yep. Basically, just evoke ET. Just straight up
Yep.
evoke ET. That was brilliant. That's a brilliant ending to an action sequence.
Yeah.
Um, Other than that, the highlight, I would say the highlight of the moment of this episode was I have it in my notes, Berserker and Cyclops. Let me get into Berserker here, because this is where the new mutants found. I think the new mutants separate themselves too, but they escape like the X Men
They get
did.
they get scattered.
Yeah. Um, Berserker leads them to the lair of the Morlocks,
Hmm.
but I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be part of their crew, right?
It's that's what I took from it. It's like, huh, Berserker seems to know who they are, but it's interesting because Taliban doesn't know who Berserker is.
That might be just probably before Caliban joined their group, maybe.
Yeah, which makes me wonder, hey, were they going to try to work in an element where Berserker was a spy for the Morlock? And I think, well, that's an interesting plot element.
it would get it would certainly gave him an extended use within the New Mutants to really show that they're not really to really showcase that they're not really the jokey joke characters on the side this time around. They're actually going to get a moment to actually be something serious. They may not be the main characters highlighted in the spotlight, but they're not just there to be the butt of the jokes or be the jokesters all the time.
Yeah, exactly. But then when what was it? But when they get to lookout, you remember when Scott says everybody gets a lookout point?
Yeah.
When I'm wondering how he made that. I'm guessing he just told Gene to mentally tell everybody because I don't know where. Because why did Berserker, and everybody else go into the sewer?
Right.
But one of my favorite scenes actually is first off Mystique trying to just basically assert control over everybody and waving the professor as like leverage and
Shit.
leverage of them. So they're forced to kind of somewhat cooperate with her, but I love it when Nick Fury just comes walking in. He's like going, they go, "Who are you? How did you find us?" And Mystique tries to intimidate him and tries to use the Brotherhood of Mutants, but Nick Fury ain't having none of that. He's like going, "Oh, nice, but mine are bigger than yours." And he stops his finger, and they're all surrounded by SHIELD agents with guns at the ready.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's my boy Nick Fury right there. That's my boy.
Mm-hmm. And you got to wonder what his motives are for doing this because he says he's got his own little motives, although we never really know why.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if he's doing this because Wolverine did him a solid in season 2.
Yeah. Obviously, it's obvious that but then again, this is Nick Fury we're talking about.
Yeah.
So
one thing do this and somehow in the long game it was going to benefit him or his ultimate team.
One thing I'm going to say before we move on to the next episode, really dig how flawed Cyclops was for a brief moment in this episode when he left Mystique behind at Area 51.
Yeah.
Where he literally just closed the door on her, and she's like, "Wait, what are you doing? Let me out here. You know you're gonna need me. Tell me where Professor X is, and I'll let you go."
And she's immediately like thinking, you're not in control of this situation. I am. And Cyclops reminds her, your window's closing. Choose your next words carefully.
Mm-hmm. This is where we kind of got a bit of a dick clops, as I like to call them.
Yeah, but you know what? In the context of the show, I freaking love it because he can already see where the writing on the wall is going. From the X-Men, Mystique is already trying to leverage this situation in her favor. When they're at Lookout Point, she is immediately like, Storm is trying to think of a plan, and Mystique is already like, no, this is going to be my plan. We're going to do this my way.
Mm-hmm. And this is where, I'm sorry, this is where I got to say, Dick Clops works. Whereas Dick Clops in the comics is just a dick. Whereas Cyclops is a dick for a reason. Like
Exactly. He's looking at, because Mystique is like, basically, you took Professor X, okay? You destroyed my home, and now you are, you are indirectly responsible for exposing mutants to the world. We do not need you. You're bad. And I love when he somewhat regrets what he did, but Wolverine says, "Hey, if you weren't going to do it, I was going to do it."
Mm-hmm.
And this is actually also the first real test of the X-Men actually taking what they have learned, and now they don't have Charles to help them either. This is now, and while they did win the day, the battle was far from over, because what I love is the montage while they're going, to get their equipment back and then heading to Area 51. In the background, there's all this news going around saying like the mutant menace, and then Principal Kelly and everybody at Bayville High are reporting, hey, now suddenly all these strange events are suddenly making a whole lot of sense now. And you're like wondering, oh man, the crisis is mounting.
Which we're going to go into the next episode, which is the Stuff of Heroes.
Yep, and this is the finale of what I call, which is basically kind of a 4-part arc.
Yep. This is the Day of Reckoning cap off in this episode. Mm-hmm. So we are getting a kind of a recreation of the summit in the first X-Men movie, but only this time it's Storm and Hank McCoy.
Yep.
in the
which
spot
were
of
which
Gene.
were which were great choices in my opinion.
Yeah, because I think they elected themselves to do that, and of course everybody was objecting, even Cyclops, and I think Wolverine was also objecting too about the idea of them going to the summit to address the I don't, well, actually this is not a summit, this is more the city hall, right?
It's a congressional a Senate hearing.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. The hearing. So yeah, while that's going on, the rest of the team are hiding out in the mountain on the well a cave in the mountain on the side, and Wolverine is basically just den mother at that point.
Yep,
Um, some other stuff is happening. Oh yeah, they find out where Professor X is in this
yep,
episode later on, and that's where we find out that he was sealed where Juggernaut was sealed.
yep, yep.
Wow.
The last place they ever would have thought to look.
Yeah, and Kane Marco is still out and at large.
Yeah, I think what was great about this episode is that we get more of what's going on through Cyclops and Jean. They're two sides of the same coin. Scott is looking at the sheer negativity of this whole thing. Jean is trying to be comforting to him to say, hey, it's not like we weren't prepared for this. We
Yep.
were training and we were ready to do this. And Scott's like, yeah, but were we really in this scenario where the professor's gone and the mansion's destroyed? And she's like going, well, no. And
I think
what I
there's a
love,
bit of unsureness in him too, wasn't there?
yeah, there is massive uncertainty where Jean is trying to. It's very clear the X-Men are trying to hold themselves together, and Scott wants to be strong, but I'm gonna call it that his humanity is just like pulling him in another direction.
Right.
And this is why I love season 3 because Cyclops really shines as a character.
Mm-hmm. Which I can't wait to get to a certain episode.
Oh, mine too. Let's see. Where's my notes here?
We'll get into that. We'll get into that. Let's stick to
I'm looking
stuff
at
and heroes.
the notes for episode 2.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. So what I like about this scene as well is that Cyclops, despite his reservations, he actually takes command of the X-Men when they're forced to run, and this because the episode starts with Rogue and Wolverine in a convenience store buying supplies,
right.
and the military shows up and they recognize them from the TV. They get into a scuffle, and the military follows Rogue and Wolverine back to the cave where they're watching the hearing, and Wolverine's saying we need to fight and we need to defend ourselves, and Cyclops is like saying no, we're not going to fight because this is just going to escalate the conflict and make everybody. This is just going to confirm everything that the world thinks we are right now.
He also makes a great speech.
Mm-hmm.
He says, you and the professor and Aurora have all trained us for all our lives for this. And guess what? And guess what, Wolverine? We're good. We're really good. And
Yeah.
bruh, when he said that, goosebumps erupted in my arms, my whole body actually. I was like, bruh, get him, Cyclops.
Exactly.
Get him.
And what I love about Wolverine is like he's going, what would you have us do? Run away? And he looks them straight in the eye and he says, yes, because that is exactly because that's who we are. Like you said, we're the good guys and we are not going to hurt anybody. So Wolverine says, all right, fine. You want command? Have at it. He gets on his motorcycle and he's trying to lead the majority of the forces away, which he does. And the other X-Men disable those that are there.
Yeah.
But I think one of the most, but I think the best scene in that is like what you were saying in season 2. Remember African Storm when Wolverine walks into Storm's room and he's like all business?
Yep.
When Storm walks in on the Capitol and she is, this is the same, but with Storm. She comes walking in like person with a purpose, walking right in, and she says point blank to everybody, because at this time the whole media is making speculations and it's just adding more paranoia and sensationalized fear.
You can say that she's putting herself in a vulnerable position too.
Exactly, because she walks in and just says out loud, "We are mutants, and this witch hunt is going to end now."
Mm-hmm.
And I love it because already there is mounting evidence against them because the investigations of the Xavier Institute, they show them the danger room and, the Brotherhood's house,
Yeah.
which first off, the moment they're showing Fred Duke's underpants, I'm like, oh man.
We got a comment from Brian Gilmore talking about Cyclops. So let me highlight that real quick. It
Oh
says
yeah.
we got Dick Clops because modern writers don't understand Cyclops in particular or the burner Alicia. I will argue that no, I wouldn't argue. I would actually agree with you and add into your argument is that they don't know they yeah, they don't know the burner leadership. They think leadership equals dictatorship. So
Mm-hmm.
they act like dictators more so than actual leaders. They have this whole god complex thing going on, power
Yeah,
trip.
and it seems like anybody who's and it's and it's very clear in this episode that Wolverine can't lead this team. It's
Yeah,
not that he's a mentor, but it's clear he's not the leader. He's the one that Cyclops should be going to for advice.
right.
So so when a Cyclops assumes command, he's already in this very unready state. But he still, I mean, despite his reservations about what's been happening throughout the past few days, he's still going to say, "I'm still going to hold true to Xavier's ideals, despite what I personally may think. I choose to be the best part of myself."
And do you think that Wolverine was testing Scott in this instance when he kind of confronted him about the situation?
I think I think so. Yeah, he was tested. It's not like one of those. Is this the ultimate? No, it was one of those hard line tests. Is you better be sure about this decision because your decision right now is going to have effect that you may not be ready for. So, are you
Hmm.
ready for this? And Cyclops says, "Yes, I'll take." Well, not in so many words, but he says, "I will take the responsibility."
Let's skip ahead to the ending conflict of this episode because this is where I really really loved
Yes, yeah,
Cyclops when they
because they're
confront.
yeah because they're go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt.
It ends with them confronting Juggernaut, who is actually destroying a dam. He's
Mm-hmm.
representing the dangers of the mutants, and they're symbolically representing the good that the mutants can do for humanity. So we all seen how they're trying to they don't have, for one, they don't have Professor X in this fight.
Nope.
They even point that out. Like, we don't even have Professor X in this fight. How are we going to take him out? No matter what, we gotta take him out. No matter what, it's like Scott plant his feet. He plants his feet in this instance. This is why I keep telling everybody. This is why I keep saying to everybody: plant your feet and be ready to take the challenge, whether you're prepared for it or not. Plant your feet. He plants his feet and says, "No matter what, we gotta stop him anyways, with or without Professor." And they do it. They go right into it. They do their best. Like, Kitty sinks him into the dam. He breaks out. Cyclops do his usual beam spam, which that's not what I'm talking about yet. We're gonna get to that Cyclops moment pretty soon. Of course, I think Wolverine's with them, right?
No, he is not. He's leading
Okay.
the main forces because it was important for Wolverine not to be in this fight. A lot of people would say, "Oh, he should have been." No, it's important that he's not in this fight because this is the X-Men that we have followed from season 1 and 2. Like I
Graduating.
said, graduating to their real this is their first real challenge.
Yep.
And what I like about this episode too is that it seems like the crisis of the mutant phenomenon is escalating beyond the point of no return. And it all comes ahead when, because Storm and Beast are having this debate with the Senate back and forth. They're not really making any headway. And then they say, wait a minute, there's a mutant attack? Show it on the giant screen. And it shows
Hmm.
Juggernaut. He's destroying and ravaging. And he's saying, do you see what mutants are causing? Do you see what you are? And then Storm is like going, yeah, but look again. And then there are the X-Men. They're just
Right.
going over to fight him. And you're right. I love that scene where Scott is saying we have to fight because this is what we got to do. This is who we are.
Hmm. And again, speaking, I reiterate, planting his feet.
Mm-hmm.
He literally plant his feet when all else has already failed, where most of his team has been knocked out or exhausted.
And Juggernaut makes that exclamation, "I am raw power. You cannot stop me."
It's like, you want power? I'll give you power. He literally yanks off his visor and just unleash everything on Juggernaut. Just full force,
Mm-hmm.
just full force. The bruh, that was behold optic blast. I was like, oh, somebody's been playing some NBC. I take it. Somebody played NBC because that's what it looked like to me. That's what it was looking like to me. He just straight up boom, just.
I know, and I've never seen, yeah, and you see Juggernaut just encapsulated by red.
Yep.
And what I love about that scene is that it perfectly emphasizes everything that Cyclops is. For the professor's belief, for the sake of mutant kind, he will give everything that he has because it doesn't work. As
Yeah.
cool and great as it is,
He
it does
brawled his
not
way
work
through it.
against.
He basically brawled his way through it.
He's just walking towards him, and though he was initially caught off balance, he regains his footing and he starts walking forward, and he finally gets his hands on him, and
Yep.
that's when the rest of his team just go jumping in, try to fight him. He knocks them all back, and he's like going, "You can't stop me." And then Rogue is like going, "All right, this game is done. It's time for lights out."
She grabs him,
Yep.
touches him. He flings her off of him, and he tries again. And boy, this is a, I put this on my notes too. Rogue moment.
Mm-hmm.
Rogue moment. He tries to punch her. She catches it like an anime character.
I've always, that is the cliche or the trope that I always love when the hero catches the fist and looks right at the villain, and the villain's got this oh crap face.
And the music they did for that moment. Chef's kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Chef's kiss for that moment when she just straight up just catches it. You hear that. Nah, nah, nah. I was like, yes! Yes!
Exactly.
She grabs him by the collar and just chucks him in the air. Iceman just straight up freezes the guy for his troubles, and he just sinks right at the bottom. I'm
Yep.
like,
And
dude.
then they save, and then they fix the dam, and
Yeah.
everybody on the Senate floor is watching and seeing this, and they're saying, "What did they just do?" And Storm says, "What they were trained to do, and what we are going to do: use
Yep.
our powers for good." And
Beautiful line said by Storm.
mhm. And what I love about this Rogue, after initially throwing him and all that power that she absorbed, is she feels weak, and they say, Rogue, are you okay? And she says, yeah, and I know where the professor is.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go right to where Kane was, and you see the professor in the whatever that tube of green liquid is.
Yeah.
I love it when Wolverine comes walking in behind them and he says to Cyclops, "Good job."
Gave him his due. Just straight up gave him his due.
Yep.
Hey, by the way, no participation awards here, everybody. Everybody contribute and earn their stripes.
Exactly. And this was, as Magneto said in season 1, this was a trial by fire. What I love about this scene is that they get Charles Xavier back, and right at that moment, you get the president who says, "I'm clearing the X-Men of all wrongdoing because the person who built the giant robot has been captured
Yep.
and put to jail." But what I think I love about this scene is that it looked. I made a note of this. Yeah, the crisis that seemed to be spiraling beyond the point of no return was averted by the heroic act by the X-Men, and this led to humanity willing to take a leap of faith.
Yep.
And
Yep,
that's
definitely.
and that's what I love about the X-Men. Sometimes it just requires a heroic act.
So, with that being said, we're going into the next episode, Mainstream. Now
Yep.
this one, oh my goodness, excuse me. Interact with
Um, yeah, mainstream is definitely one of the best episodes to come after this uh, story, 4-part story arc, because now we're no longer in the we're no longer in, like we were saying earlier, that whole Saved by the Bells type deal. We are now in X-Men proper, and we are now dropped right in the forefront of it.
sorry, I had to
This is
silence my wife's phone in the background.
I was just saying that this is X-Men proper. We've gotten X-Men Day of Reckoning, Day of Recovery, and then we got the stuff of heroes. Now we get to mainstream, where the heroes have just done this heroic feat and now must return.
But
They now must return to the place of normalcy, but it's not normal anymore. It's yeah. There is no going back to what
so
was.
this where I say the subversion of expectations is also in full effect for this episode of Mainstream. They still did a great deed at the
Mm-hmm.
end of Stuff of Heroes, but
Mm-hmm.
that does not mean people are going to outright just straight up trust them now.
They
After
are
all,
not. Yeah,
so this is
they
them
are
going
not
back
going
to
to.
school. They're actually now finally got the mansion. They've got the mansion's base of operations underneath, kind of rebuilding
Yeah,
there.
the tunnel. Yeah, the tunnels weren't destroyed in the explosion. The underground tunnels weren't destroyed in the explosion.
So now
It was.
that's where they're taking residence at, and
Mhm.
it's kind of a bit of a it's kind of a bit of a downer for them because they still can't go out yet. They don't know what they can't go back to school yet until reach approval. But now they've been given approval by Principal Kelly that they're able to now that they're able to go back to school this time.
Can I just
So
say though? Can I just say
go ahead.
that this is perhaps one of the most powerful openings to a cartoon, because in the beginning you're thinking, "Uh-oh, supervillains are coming to attack the mansion while the heroes are resting." But then you find out, no, they're just spraying. Uh, uh, they're well, I'm going to say it, racist and prejudicial graffiti
Yeah.
on them. That's what that whole thing was. And even despite the uplifting beginning where it shows Kitty Pryde drinking milk from the carton and Nightcrawler teleports and saying, "Ha ha, I knew it. You're drinking milk right from the carton." And she goes, I was going to finish the whole thing. Oh, okay. Then a whole third of a gallon to go. Let's go. Come on, drink it up.
You just gotta love those two. You gotta
Yeah,
love.
that's
Oh
a brother sister relationship. It's great. But then they go outside to fight who the bad guys are, and then you realize that these are Bayville
man,
high schoolers spraying graffiti, and not even that, hate graffiti. And
speaking
I've
of
always
the high schoolers,
yeah,
Duncan is among them. So let's talk about him for a cool spell.
butthead,
Duncan
Duncan, butthead.
Duncan obviously is a butthead. He like from the previous two seasons, he's been just the college jock, the high school jock, the high school bully. Now his character is being elevated for this season and the next final season going forward. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with within this season here and there. So he's got a part to play on the character development within the characters.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an interesting choice to put him as the bigoted. I hate to use that word, but the bigoted character of this season and going forward, where
Yeah.
he's really really showing his true colors now. That he's
Yep.
really willing to look down and see people who are different from him as potential dangers. And we talked about Senator Kelly,
Mm-hmm.
Principal Kelly from last season, and we made some good points about his I wouldn't say he doesn't have bigotry in his heart. We all
No. No.
made that pretty clear. He
Yeah.
is not bigotry incarnate. That's Bolivar Trask and that's
Mm-hmm.
William Stryker.
Yeah. Trask and Stryker are the extreme Kelly will never go to.
Yeah. Kelly is the person who's open for discussion. He is open for conversation. He points out arguments. He points out debates. He do concede in some areas as well,
Mm-hmm.
even if
Yeah.
he doesn't like it.
Yeah, and it's very clear both in this and the next episode. I mean, he does do some kind of underhanded things, but you understand why he does what he does. He's scared. He's a man scared
Yep.
because he. This is why I always felt that this is also the reason why I think X-Men works better as a TV show than it ever could have been a movie, because
Yep.
you can fit all of this character development in. Because the movies, Kelly, they make it seem like Kelly is just a guy who's using the mutant fear to just excel politically. Whereas in both the comics, the cartoon, and in this show as well, he is devout in his belief. He's terrified of mutants because any one of these guys can just simply say, I can walk in and just do whatever I want because I have powers.
Yep. Yep.
And
There it
he
is.
can't, and he can't, and the thing that sucks more than anything, and because he saw it on TV, he saw their raw destructive power. And in season 2, he saw at least something. He put two and two together very quickly
Yep.
about everything that had been going on at Bayville, because he almost got killed by Beast. He got his mind wiped, and we don't know for sure if he forgot or not.
Yep.
So his fear is, I don't want to say justified. He has a reason to be afraid.
Yeah. Um, we also get a little insight to how they're adjusting to school now when they walk in, and I also have in my notes saying Kurt blending in. Let's get into that one. Let's get into
Oh
Kurt's character for the rest of this season, because
yeah.
it's an
Mm-hmm.
interesting take on his character now. Originally, I think if I think in my 20s when I
Mm-hmm.
revisited this on Disney XD. Um,
Disney XD. Back when Disney XD was Disney XD.
yeah, that too. Um, I kind of hated Kurt for this one, for going in the grain to fit in. But they, looking at it now as an adult, this was a smart choice,
Mm-hmm.
a very
Yeah.
smart choice. He makes a good point too. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. Go ahead,
Yep.
Schooner.
Well, what I found interesting is that it makes you ask the question, is it really cowardly to want to save yourself from persecution, especially given the fact that Kurt, even as a mutant, was an odd man out for the X-Men. He looked physically different than everybody else. And even in the beginning, other mutants were afraid of him. When Kitty first saw him, she was afraid.
Yep. That was mirroring prior to the X-Men.
Yeah.
that short. Oh
Yeah.
man, I remember watching prior to the X-Men. That was hilarious.
It was,
But
see, it's a guilty pleasure. I can see everything that's wrong with it, but I like it anyway.
I still enjoy it too. I'm saying I love it for its flaws. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I love its flaws. But we'll talk about that sometime. Maybe we'll talk about that when we get to the X-Men franchise, the movie franchise, actually.
That'd be awesome.
But yeah, yeah. So yeah, we have him. He makes, like I mentioned earlier. He made a good point. He says nobody saw what I really look like without. They only saw me without the image inducer. They don't know who that person is. But me, I'm Kurt Wagner, just a normal high schooler with the image inducer on. And Kitty looks at him later on with a scowl on her face, because it's like, so you're gonna bail out your friends for friends that probably don't care about you, and imagine if your image inducer gets messed up and they see you for what you are. Like at least we're willing to stick by you thick and thin. There's also a bit I also have in my notes. Evan is going to have a moment to shine in this season too. Gear up for that one.
No, yeah.
There's a moment where he he almost he was gearing up to attack, because
Mm-hmm.
before they went back to school, Professor X warned them not to use their powers.
Yeah, they said that the school board has allowed you to go back to school, but only for one day, because then they're going to have a vote tonight. They're allowing you back for one day, provided you don't use your powers. And as for if you're going to come back for the rest of the school year, well, they're going to put it to a vote tonight.
Yeah.
So we need to start. So he says, let's show them that we are not dangerous. And it's boy, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It is so hard to do that to ask a high schooler to do that because we've all been to high school
Mm-hmm.
and somebody is provoking you, you just want to go and attack them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Definitely.
and this is why I love X-Men so much. It's because they have the ability. First off, when these bullies come up and start, like when Duncan is punching and pushing Scott, telling him, saying, "Come on, use your optic blast and defend yourself because we know you're more powerful than
Can we
us."
appreciate that cut?
Yeah,
The cut to that fight,
yeah,
that non-fight. The
hmm
moment where I think it was Jean Rogue discussing the rest of the school day. They were already in school, right?
yeah,
And she's like, "Oh my goodness, I like at least you don't have to worry about anybody like ducking mess with you. I'm sure
hmm
something like that." She's like, "I'm sure Scott will figure a way to keep on so cool." Smash cut to him flying into a tree.
yep.
It's
And
like
Duncan Matthews and his two other I'm just
cronies.
called Thug One and Thug Two are already messing with them. But this is what I love about the X-Men is that I do have the power to destroy you, but what makes me better than you is that I'm not going to do it.
And
And
he's good
believe
at
me, and
fighting
even
too.
yeah, and he's trash talking Duncan. He's like saying, "Oh, believe me, nothing would give me a greater pleasure than just putting you down, taking you down a peg. But I'm
Yeah.
not going to do that because that's not who I am."
Of course, you got Senator Kelly. I keep saying Senator Kelly.
But I
That's
know
just
it's because that's always who he was in the '90s and even in the movies. He was always Senator Kelly.
yeah. Principal
This
Kelly.
one,
He goes in secret to reinstate the Brotherhood, and obviously he's there to get them to cause a ruckus. To
mm-hmm,
that's where I kind of say he's kind of that's why I say Principal Kelly is a bit flawed there, but in the good way. He's willing to achieve some goals, but like I said, like we've always covered with him, not without reason. He
mm-hmm,
he he like what happened over at the hearing
mm-hmm,
is totally different from what is going on at the school. So
yeah,
with the people at the Senate hearing,
mm-hmm,
they're willing to consider that they're more level head than Principal Kelly is, whereas Principal Kelly
mm-hmm.
is inciting another word I don't want to use nowadays. He's
Well,
inciting conflict.
yeah, but it's more so like when he brings Duncan inside and telling him, "Hey, I heard you had a fight with Scott Summers," and he says, "Oh, I was just goofing around," and he says, "Well, I advise against goofing around with a mutant," and he says, "Why? I'm not afraid of him," and he says, "You ought to be," and
Mm-hmm.
because they all stick together and I'm concerned for your safety. And then he says, "Oh, look right there, more mutants interested in it." As the Brotherhood is walking by, and he says, "And look there, more mutants. One of them can cause an avalanche. The other one has super strength, and the third one is, well, he's disgusting."
Mm-hmm.
And he
Toad.
says, "But you
Talking
need to
about
be
Toad.
careful." And and he says something, yeah, and he says something in the movie that I think is more felt here than actually said. He says, "Look," in the movie, he says, "Look, Senator, you said you're against handguns. Well, most of these mutants possess more abilities more dangerous than any handgun. No, I'm not saying there isn't a connection. I'm just seeing weapons in school."
Yep.
And it's like, that's a fair argument to make because the mute, and he has an obligation as a principal to protect the students at this school.
You know when you said when you made the gun reference, I'm like, of course he's a liberal.
No, I think, but that was once again, he's using a political conflict to achieve his own ends in the movie. Whereas
Yeah.
in this series, he's doing it because he wants to show that mutants are dangerous when left uncontrolled and unregulated. That's why he brought the. That's why he asked the Brotherhood to show up. He wanted the Brotherhood to show up to cause a ruckus to see this is what's in store for all other schools in the world if we allow mutants into our school.
Right.
Now he gets voted. Now he gets voted. What is it? And then the very next scene with him is this is a little dickish on my part. I'm sorry, pardon my French. Sorry.
No, no. These words are allowed. I just like the other 4 letter words. I tend to say, yeah, kind of tone that down a bit.
Okay, so this
Like,
is really low in my opinion, but when
but
Gene
if you
is
uh, before you
Gene,
continue, Schooner, before you continue, if you can be playfully censor,
yeah,
you know how I do my playful
yeah,
censor, like
yeah.
do that, let's have fun doing funny censors like that.
You know what? Yeah, censors always make this. I mean, I've watched South Park. I've always found it funnier with the censors.
Go ahead, continue.
But this is a this is a curse word move that he starts taking all of Gene's all of Bayville's trophies down, and he says that
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
there's an inquiry that has to be done here because um, we don't know if you really earned these trophies or were you just simply using your mutant abilities to do it. And she tries to, and
She
she
outright
does,
says it. She
yeah, she
outright says it.
outright,
This is discrimination.
this is a discrimination. This is so unfair. And she yells, and he says, a fiery temper, and that's dangerous in the hands of a mutant.
This is why you always
And,
approach situations with a cool head, SJWs.
and she says, I have full control over my emotions. And he fires back with, yes, now you do. But what happens when you have what happens if you are not in control? And that immediately sent me back to the episode Power Surge when
Mm-hmm.
when she immediately killed Scott or lifted those heavy whatever those balls that they throw are.
I call them hammer shots,
Yeah,
balls,
and you see that and you're like,
shot pull balls that were called shot pull.
yeah. And I'm just playing devil's advocate here for Kelly. But what I think sets Kelly apart from Trask, Stryker, and all this is that in the comics and the TV shows, and I think they were going down this arc for him this series, is that Kelly realizes, you know what, I think, he says, you know what, we need to start living together
Mm-hmm.
because this conflict between the two sides is leading to one outcome. I don't think either one is there's a price that I don't think either side is ready to pay for if this goes into a conflict.
There's also
So,
that moment where the team actually has to use their powers because the Brotherhood went too far. Um,
yep,
Duncan is among them too.
yep.
He kind of calls up for a temporary truce with the Brotherhood, I think,
And
or at
tries to
least
tries to mess with the X-Men to get them to use their powers. And this is also during the hearing, and I just love this speech by Jean. She goes,
before we get into that, let's get back into Duncan a bit.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
He tries to tempt Jean to be his girlfriend forever because
Uh-huh.
he's willing to look past her powers because he kind of knows that she has a he kind of knows that she has the ability to lift stuff or at least like read minds or something like that. He becomes that sleazy type of boyfriend, that manipulative boyfriend. Like they really. Here's the thing. I really hate. You know how in modern writing they tend to make certain people a very quick stereotype
Mm.
of the criteria of their, not necessarily a quick stereotype like stereotypes before. It's more of a a talking point that they brought, that a
Yeah,
talking
I
point
get
that
what
they
you're
always
saying. Turn a
pedal
character
around,
into a talk.
a talking point in human flesh,
Mm-hmm.
like all men are evil, so they make the only men in the movie evil to prove their point.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much here with Duncan.
No,
Not so much here.
because it fits. We've had 2 seasons with him, and already we know how he's going to react to this situation.
Yeah, you would think he would probably be the understanding boyfriend this time around. Nope.
Nope. Nope. I mean, even the first time he's on screen, you're thinking he's going to be the understanding boyfriend because the first thing he says, "I just want you to know, Gene, this changes nothing." And she goes, "It isn't," and it doesn't. And she looks at him with all that hope in her eyes, and he says, "Of course, yeah, and I'm even willing to overlook your little problem. In fact, heck, maybe you can steal test ideas for me." He's trying to see. It's like it's clear he's taking the wrong message of this. This is like Boom Boom all over again.
Yep. Well,
And
now that we bring up Jean, you
basically
can go
saying,
ahead. You can go ahead and talk about her very famous speech for this episode. Actually.
It's a beautiful speech, and I love it when it's interspliced with the montage of the X-Men fighting outside.
Yep.
He says, "I can always cite the amendment, the 14th or 15th Amendment. Here, I can discuss civil rights, but instead, I'm going to." She says, "Instead, I'm going to level with you. You know, you are parents and you love your children, and there's going to be a very real possibility that one or two of them will be born with the mutant X gene. Okay, you will love them, but the world will fear them. And if we're going to create a better world, we need to start making some really important decisions right now. And this is about allowing mutants to come to school to live among, to live, to mutants to come to school and to coexist peacefully, because it is what we do right now that is going to ultimately define our children's future." And I was just like,
Hmm.
wow, that hits right here.
Yep.
And
Way better written than what most manga writers are writing now.
I know, yeah, it's because what this is like one of those. I don't know. It's like one of those. Oh, this soapbox preach moment where we got to get on a tangent, and
Hmm.
it doesn't fit well within the context of the story it is being written as. And this is why I always thought X-Men was the best medium to discuss prejudice, discrimination, and racism and all that jazz. And not jazz, but all that stuff.
Yep.
And this scene is great because once again, yeah, everybody's afraid because the powers of mutants are being used, and the X-Men use their powers once again to save everybody. But quite honestly, I don't think we really needed that scene. But
Hmm.
it was once again, like I said from the previous episode, it was again another leap of faith is being taken,
Yep.
and it is that faith is being rewarded because they said, you know what, some of these mutants are not bad. Some of these mutants are actually good. Some of them are bad, but we're not going to punish everybody because of a few bad apples.
Let's get back into Kurt at the end of the
Oh
near the
yeah,
end of the episode. So we've already finished the action scene. They saved just about the people around. They managed to defeat the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood was actually a threat this time around this season. Even if they didn't win, they were kind of a threat still. They're finally measuring up this time around because we'll get into that soon. We'll definitely get into that in the next. I think it's a plot point in the next episode, but we're gonna get to that. Um, so Nightcrawler says somebody on the quickness. They don't see him do it though,
nope,
and Kitty brings up that you could this be your moment to actually show your true face, and he frowns at her and says one step at a time.
mm-hmm.
And my initial reaction was, oh, I so hate Kurt right now. I so hate Kurt right now. I so hate Kurt right now. But no, I took a step back. I caught myself like, you know what? I am not living his experience right
Yeah,
now. His pressure, his even they got that one scene with Amanda what was her name, Amanda, the
yep.
girlfriend, and yeah, Amanda. God, I love her so much.
Oh, she's awesome. She's best girl.
She is. Oh my goodness. She's trying her best to get him to get over his fears
I
and
know
be with her. This episode also brought her to the front. Like, I really get tired of people trying to make love interests that don't have nothing really special going on with them. Make them not like nothing. Like, Amanda is something here. Amanda
exactly.
is the human
Yeah, it's
factor.
like, oh, okay, we got them together and we can now do that little fairy tale romance. No. She comes running up to Kurt and she says, Kurt, are you okay? Were you hurt? Did you? Because she's like all concerned for him. She saw him on the news fighting a giant robot. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Is everything all right? And he says, oh, yeah, everything's cool. Yeah, everything's fine. Can you keep your voice down just a little bit?
He's actually he's actually not doing a good job trying to keep himself on low profile tones. Like, hey, what's up? How's it going? I'm like, bruh, stop, stop. You make see
Yeah,
the more you try to keep this, the more you're doing to keep yourself inconspicuous, it makes you even more inconspicuous.
Exactly.
But yeah,
And again, I
but
say Amanda's best girl.
she's best girl because she levels him and really like give him a reality check. Hey, you need to be with your friends right now. You need to show the true you. She even outright just pressed the button and just like turn off the inducer
Hmm.
at some point. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm not
But
ready to
she,
show myself." Yeah,
but
but your
she
friends need
also is very understanding because she says, "All right, I'm willing to let you reveal yourself on your terms."
you. I ship them so hard.
Oh
I
yeah,
ship them. I ship them so hard.
I
I'm a,
know. Yeah,
I'm not.
and
You know what? I'm not even afraid to admit that I'm a shipper. I ship those two so hard. A
this
lot of people ship. A lot of people ship him with Keith. No, it's
no,
him and
yeah,
Amanda only. She
yep.
is best girl. Amanda
Hmm.
is best girl. Bar none. We're gonna get into that when we get to that episode.
And she's very few examples of good humans. We got bad humans with Dunk. We got okay. We got the worst of the humanity with Gulliver Trask and like I know we keep saying Trask and Stryker, but they are the
Yeah,
worst of the worst.
yeah. Striker
But
doesn't even show up in this series actually.
that's another thing that I love is that after one movie, everybody is all a fan of Stryker. Okay, and I'm just like that just shows the great direction, the great acting, and the great writing.
Yep.
But what was I saying? So uh, Trask and Stryker are the worst. Duncan Matthews and is bad.
Street level. He's street level bad.
He's street level bad. Kelly is one of those. He's in between.
Yeah.
He's he's just his decisions are all fear based.
Yep.
But
And
Amanda
Amanda is that hope
is that hope.
in
Exactly.
among that chaos. She's the hope among that chaos.
Exactly. And she's basically the personification of that hope for
You
Kurt,
know who
which
could?
is which is ironic because it's not the X-Men that are giving Kurt hope for a better tomorrow.
You
It's
know who
Amanda.
could have? Who could have fit that hope too?
So,
What's her name? Jean's friend,
Taryn.
Taryn. Yeah,
Yeah,
she could have.
she appears in the episode. Scott and her even exchange a glance, and she just looks away and walks off.
Yeah, missed opportunity there. I was like, oh, why they make Taryn the angry one too?
Yeah, and this well because it was supposed to be. It's supposed to pay off in the later episode because this is also the episode where Gene dumps Duncan.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she actually done
And I'm
so.
like,
And
Gene, we're better off for it. You don't need him. He's a pardon my scientific term here. He's a Neanderthal.
yeah, that's basically what he is.
Yeah,
But I
exactly.
think we talked enough about this. I mean, it's obvious how much of an impact this episode has on the two of us, and I'm pretty sure those who have watched this series have gotten to this episode. I'm pretty
This
sure
is
it's made a
why
big
I
impact on
love.
them.
This is why I love X Men.
Let's move on to the stuff of villains.
Stuff of villains.
I'm sorry. Yeah, which I have it crossed out. It's my least favorite episode. I tried to give it a chance. I went through it in my mind. I was like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of this episode. It's got a nice Gambit moment here or
Yeah, and we
there.
also get to see some really cool reality warping abilities from Scarlet Witch. It's really cool when
Yeah,
she turns the street lights into like these sentient snakes or something. And then she makes the cars go all Christine.
yeah. You got the dudes that are like hounding her for treading into their gang territory, which really, when you would look at it through the sensibilities that you have now, it almost comes off as kind of dark
Yeah, because
implications
because
there.
when you're looking at through and yeah, like from an adult lenses, what do you think they were going to do to her? And you're like going,
Yeah,
oh, right, yeah, this is
that's
dark.
it's a dark place too. She's there at night, mind you,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just out there just hanging around, just looking at her, eyeing her. Like obviously they're like it's a kid show. They're gonna beat her up, but real life,
But that should
yeah,
remind you that even jackals fear wolves.
that too. And imagine if she did have the powers.
Oof.
Yeah.
But
I
on the
was,
flip side,
bruh.
this does give us the opportunity to see Caliban.
Yeah, definitely. But like I said, I'm gonna finish off what I'm gonna say about that scene. Like
Oh yeah, go ahead,
every
go
time
ahead.
I get, every time I see like dudes are telling a woman in certain scenes, no matter what the medium is, I always get cold chills down my spine
Mm-hmm.
because I know, I don't mean to come off as like a feminist or
No,
like
no, you
protect all women,
just
but I'm like in the deep bowels of my mind, almost each, not necessarily each night, but like every once a night, something like this happens,
yeah,
and we're not around to catch it all the time,
yeah. And when
and
you're
not
walking
just women.
around, yeah, when you're walking around a city at night and it's very dark and not a whole lot of people around, and then you see somebody walking in the same direction you're going, but the opposite way, you tense up a
Yeah,
little bit. I don't care,
yeah,
and the media will say a whole bunch of uh, bunch of things, but it's just another person. That's not. It's not so much like their skin color or their
yeah,
who they may belong to. It's a stranger. You don't know this person. You don't know
yeah.
who they are. I mean, I was walking.
Ex-
This reminds me of the time I was walking down the street from when I was living in New Mexico, and I was walking
mhm.
down the street. It was late at night. I was walking to Walgreens. I was coming home, and there was this guy walking the opposite way of me, and he on his head he was bleeding from his forehead,
Oh
and
wow.
I was freaked out. I was freaked out. I tensed up and I held my. Now I was out there. Thank goodness I went and I bought soda. I bought soda bottles in my Walgreens bag, and I was clenching it extra hard just in case if he was coming at me, I was going to smack him with it. But he just walked by me.
Right.
Nothing happened. Nothing like that. But there's that nagging suspicion,
I will
and
even
that's.
I'm willing to share this as well. Last year when I started my walking routine down the street,
Mm-hmm.
you just block after block you run into homeless people and people who are in cars
Mm-hmm.
stationed. Like I don't want to assume what they're doing. Most of them are Uber drivers. Let's go with that. Most of them are Uber drivers waiting for their next mark. But there's also people that there I could count on my hand how many times people have asked me, "Do I have drugs to sell?"
Mm-hmm.
They thought I was a drug dealer, and I'm just sitting there. I'm just walking just for exercise. Got my music on in my ears. I'm looking at 'em and I'm reading their list. And I'm like, oh my god, are they asking me? Do I have drugs?
Jeez.
Do I even look like a drug dealer? But then again, these are dope fiends, so they'll ask any random stranger in the dead of the morning, midnight, if you will, for
It's that.
anything.
Yeah. It's that innate fear of the unknown. You don't know, and that's a flaw of humanity.
Right.
But that
But
was a yeah.
but that's a side tangent that we can also discuss one day on
Suddenly
another
makes me
stream.
wish I had superpowers.
Yes. Every day I like, man, I want to wake up one day and have super strength, so that if anybody even dare try to take me out, I can fling them in the air and catch them and just sit them down. Like, okay, learn your lesson, sit there, have a breather. You have a good day. Bye now.
Yeah, like now, are we going to have another problem?
But go ahead and discuss the
The thing that I
synopsis
always
of. Go
This
ahead.
is another thing that I loved about X-Men is that if I woke up one morning and if I was in the world of the X-Men, specifically X-Men Evolution, I'd enroll in Bayville and I'd be like, I want to
Mm,
hang out with the X-Men.
not for protection sake, just because they're good people.
Yeah, just because they're good people. It's like I want to hang out with them because they're cool. And yeah, they have these like extra extraordinary abilities, but I bet you can't. What is it? But you can't optic blast a checkerboard, and I bet you I could beat you in checkers.
Brian Gilmore has some very interesting comments. Let me get into that before we get to the full synopsis of this episode. So let's go with that. Go with that right now. Seems like he's our only audience tonight or today. But
Mr.
anyways,
Joe, why don't we do this for you?
he says modern writers stereotypes are basically strong man made flesh. That's true. That
Oh
is
yeah.
Absolutely true.
The
He also
scarecrow
says the
who decides not to have a brain.
yeah, he says the media forget that we're all people at the end of the day. That doesn't change because on based on race, gender, sexuality, religion, or political philosophy. And he says about our discussion of nightly occurrences. He says, "Geez, now you're making me think of that Uber driver who yelled at that lady to get out of his car when she was being a pain in the neck." You wouldn't be talking about that girl that was talking about the hula dancer on the dashboard, right? Because I remember that one.
Oh,
I
geez.
also
I wonder if I know I feel bad for Uber drivers now that are filming stuff like that because I was watching stuff like Taxi Cab Confessions or all these other things that are on the internet,
I
and
remember that too. I
I'm
remember
just
Taxi
like,
Cat.
people are weird.
You don't say. Well, let's continue. On that note, let's continue the overview of stuff of villains. Give me your overview of this episode because this is my. I don't think I have anything much to say of this episode other than it's my least favorite.
Standard episode. It's just basically Wanda is looking for Magneto. She goes to the mutant Caliban, who's like a walking Cerebro, more or less, in this universe, which I like a little bit more than what we got
He's
in
a
Loki.
mutant blood. He's a mutant bloodhound, basically.
Which is why in this one I like him more as the walking Cerebro. But he says he can't find Magneto. If you could find anybody else, and she says, "Yeah, give me my brother Pietro." She makes it so Pietro is captured, so that Magneto would have to go and rescue him. But instead, Magneto sends Gambit to tell the Brotherhood, "Go and get Quicksilver." And so the
Hmm.
Brotherhood goes, and it's just Kitty and Rogue kind of just going to fight. And it's a pretty standard episode, more or less. It's a three act structure, and there's
Yeah.
really not much in it. Although one of the highlights of the episode is when Wanda sees Quicksilver and she says, "Where is he, Pietro?" And she says, "Wanda, if you could just hang on a second." "Okay, bye." And he tries to run.
Yep. And she nails him on the floor. He gets no love for this episode.
Nope.
No love.
The
Even
only the only thing this episode
even
really adds is that Magneto assumes full command of the Brotherhood and he puts Pietro in charge.
yep. That's the only development there.
Yeah, but
I
you're
think
like
this is the
he gets
episode.
he gets no love in this episode.
I think this is the episode where he does go to the Brotherhood and says, "You gotta hide me. You gotta hide me. One's looking for me." Oh yeah. Well, too bad. I think
No,
this is the episode.
that's in the Toad, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get into
Because
that soon.
after he gets captured, Wanda just says, "Well, you know what? Next time, Dad," and she just stays, and she just continues her search. Whereas Magneto needs to keep Pietro safe, so he says he's safe with the Brotherhood.
Yep. That and the only highlight of this episode was the reinforcement of good humans, which is
Yeah,
the military.
yeah,
And he says, "Oh, like they're saying, what you gonna do with us?" He's like, well, we were only there to transport that one that one mutant, but you guys are cool. You guys saved us back there. With all due respect, man, every one of us wants to wants to hurt you guys. You know,
yeah.
it's
We're
like
just here to
we
keep
give you. He said we'll give you a ride, but our vehicles are totaled.
it.
It's like no, and they were like, no thanks, we can handle ourselves.
Yep. And what was it? We also learn about the name of the company that's rebuilding the X Mansion. They call themselves the Confidential Construction Company. Your secrets are safe with us. And I'm just like wondering, okay, is this Shield?
It's gotta be Shield.
It's
It
got to
has
be,
to be Shield.
or that Stark Enterprises, but I don't think so.
Yeah. So let's get into my favorite episode, Blind Alley. Now,
Oh, this
bruh,
episode is magnificent.
we were just talking about our experiences going out at night.
Yep.
We're gonna get some more into that now. We're gonna get more into that once we get in here. So this episode
This
it's
is the
about
episode that.
repercussions.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah,
repercussions. Go ahead.
about basically repercussions for what happened in Day of Recovery. Basically, Mystique getting revenge on Cyclops for leaving her at Area 51. She finds her way out of that situation by obviously impersonating somebody and doing the old switcheroo
Oh
thing.
no, we
She
have an
gets out.
alien escape of Area 51.
Yeah, an alien breakout. Call the Men in Black. Everybody call the Men in Black. Um, so she
Another
goes out of her.
Marvel comic book most people don't know about.
Yep, yep. Um, I think yeah, Comic Trolls covered that. I don't watch this show that much like I used to. Uh, I have my reasons basically. Anyways, so she kidnaps Cyclops. She knocks him out, throws him in your neck of the woods, basically,
The
and
desert.
removes his and removes his glasses. And he's fighting for his life throughout this whole episode.
Yep, pretty much, yeah.
He's 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 flying. He's literally flying blind. Because if he
Mm-hmm.
opens his eyes, he could potentially hurt people around him if there's anybody around him.
Mm-hmm.
So he starts off fighting off the elements, which is cold, heat. He's got to fight the nature, which is animals. He has a little brush in with coyotes. It seemed like that's what he went against in this episode. He finally reaches civilization, and he treads into the wrong territory. And he's asking
Yep.
so much for help. He's trying to call. He's trying to call. He doesn't have a communicator for one to contact the X-Men, so he has to get change for. He has to find change for a payphone or something like that. You can refresh my memory on that one, but I'm not
He
done
doesn't.
explaining.
Yeah.
And obviously it ends on the epicest of epic fights
Mm-hmm.
in history of X-Men Evolution. So now I've said that, give me your thoughts on this episode.
Uh, this episode is a fantastic. It's a scaled down version of what Mystique did in season 2, where she
Yep.
infiltrates and uses the X-Men for her own gain. This one shows just how ruthless and vindictive Mystique truly is. I mean, it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't for her. It was not enough to just kill Cyclops. This was about not. This is about slow torture, humiliation, everything that you have to. Basically, in her own ways, it's like you subjected me to this. I'm going to subject it to you. And
Right.
I also love a lot of the foreshadowing in this scene because in the beginning, you see the X-Men fixing up the mansion, really clever ways of using mutant powers. And
Kind of reminds that one episode where they're rebuilding the Xavier Institute in the original the '90s show.
yeah, and what I thought was hilarious, what I think is kind of hilarious is that both Scott and Jean are talking to Wolverine and Storm, kind of like a son talking to his father and a mother talking to her daughter about their relationships. And I love it so much because Wolverine answers perfectly like, okay, look, if you don't tell her, I will.
Yep.
And
Yep.
Storm is like more of the maternal figure, like going, you two have gotten so close over these years. They reference Power Surge and how there's this invisible connection between her and Cyclops now. But I think what I
Mm-hmm.
love about the episode is that while Scott is, repairing is on the roof repairing with Wolverine, a crow flies by, and since the Marvel universe is deep into Norse mythology,
Right.
a crow is a bad omen, which is basically what's coming in the form of Mystique. And it's just I think it's just awesome. That, like you said, the fight at the end was just so cool.
But let's go into our deep thoughts about this one scene where Cyclops is asking for help and these gangbangers come approaching him.
Mm-hmm.
That was some scary stuff right there. Like that treads some bad memories. I wouldn't say I got jumped whenever I go out and head home for the evening, but there have been many times I've been surrounded by thugs,
Mm-hmm.
and I will tell you that you you being a good person, think about it like this: if you're a person that doesn't like violence, that doesn't really like conflict, and being surrounded by thugs like that, and not knowing what to do, or at least not knowing what you will do in that situation, you're more. I would even say this. I'm more afraid of what I would do in
Hmm.
that
Yeah.
situation than what
Well, that,
they're gonna do.
yeah, because in that
After
scene,
that happens,
because in
you're a
that scene,
changed person
Cyclops
after
is
that.
telling him, you don't want to do this. You don't want to.
Hmm. And of course, they're obviously they can't speak English, so they don't understand what he's saying half the time. So they're
Yeah.
just toying with him, shoving him around like a pack of jackals, playing with the
Hmm.
prey, and they get the work. They get the raw deal of it. Most of them, I
Yeah.
believe.
He grabs one thug and throws him against the wall, and then at the last, he says, "You don't want to do this, and I'll show." And he basically says, "You want to fight? You really want to fight?" And at the last minute, he turns his head and fires an optic blast just to show them what he could do. The other two
Yep, and they
thugs run
run.
off, but the third one is basically Mystique, like saying, "So what are you going to do?" And he backs up immediately
Yep.
when Mystique reveals who she is to him, and he tells her to get lost. You know what? I mean, he has every reason to open his eyes and just unleash the fury on her, but he's just basically saying, "Okay, you've had your fun, now it's over." And she's like going,
Hmm.
we're not done even by the slightest margin." And she's like going, "How does the North Pole sound next?" And she's trying to knock him out again, but he's like going, no way. And then Mystique is like going, "All right, then I'll just beat you to death." And she's like, "Mike, I mean, this
Give me a sec,
episode showed
Schooner.
me." Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. You kind of
Oh,
roboting a bit, but I can hear you.
okay. Am I still roboting or no?
No,
Okay.
you're clear. You're clear.
This episode showed me also that Mystique is a very dangerous hand-to-hand fighter, but Scott can fight too.
Give me a sec, Schooner. Sorry about that.
That's all right. So yeah, this episode really showed me that Mystique is a dangerous hand-to-hand fighter, but so is Cyclops.
Yeah. She's dangerous. She's very dangerous. Um, she she almost beat him within an inch of his life.
Yeah. What I also find interesting about this episode too is that Jean is already aware that there's something wrong with Scott. It's that invisible connection that they had that was in the comic books and in the '90s cartoon, but now it's very apparent here.
Yeah, and we gotta get into the big epic fight here. Is when she almost had him dead to rights, and the episode establishes that they're going to find him. They finally got a. I think Gene is the one that got the connection that finds out that he's in danger, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she unleashes her fury to protect her man in this
Yep.
episode. She has this like Jean Mystique mocks her saying, "Oh, it's the girlfriend coming at the rescue,"
And she just says, "Oh, you got that right."
and nails her to the wall and basically basically Tetsuo her butt.
Yeah. Can we also got to give props to the animation of this episode is really great too, because
Oh yeah,
the fluid motions and the way they're fighting, it's great. I even think it's kind of cool how Scott is able to turn the tables on Mystique. That he gets her down
yeah.
into
He is
the in a dungeon or cellar, whatever it is, kind of a
kind of
mix
like
of both.
a basement somewhere. I don't think it was a sewer per se, but yeah,
Yeah,
he has to rely. He has to throughout this whole scene. He has to rely on his sight. So this is where he shines at for the majority of their fight in this scene. And she even points it out. She's like clever, very clever. It's, using my lack of sight here as your advantage. and he still whoops her butt in the end. But like she still get the better half the better advantage in the fight because she's super strong and much more powerful.
Mhm.
But that's not the point of Cyclops winning the fight. The important fact is that he's got a team. He's
Yeah.
always got like the that's the whole point of a team based series is that nobody's like fighting things alone all the
Mhm.
time. Yeah, they can handle
Yeah.
themselves in a pitch. Yeah, they can get themselves out of a situation, but they have a team. It's like what I
Mhm.
pointed out in one of the streams that Age of Ultron with Black Widow. I said this. This is what I said. It's like Black just because Black Widow is capable of kicking butt doesn't mean she's gonna risk her life unnecessarily if she's got a team that's gonna cover her escape. Like
Exactly. That
she's not just gonna get out of there and start fighting some Ultron boss just to escape. Just to where's she gonna go after that? I mean, she's got connections
mhm.
and all, but where's she gonna go? Ultron's gonna
The whole
probably gonna
point
have
of
bots.
fighting as a team is to depend on one another.
Yeah, like I said, it's not called the Avenger. It's called the Avengers. Just because she's a
Mhm.
woman that's waiting for the guys to come and rescue her doesn't mean she's incapable. She is capable. She's not going to risk her life needlessly just to prove something
Exactly.
or
And
just to
she
prove you
and
guys
she
are right.
exactly. She's not gonna take on an Ultron that can easily crush her. And I'm sorry, but this is at least at least that's what I thought it was. This is not woke Hollywood, okay? If a person like Scarlett Johansson or Black Widow, no matter what kind of training you have, is going up against an AI Iron Man, she's gonna lose.
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to stop her from trying to fight him, but like she's
No,
going to be smart about this. She needs the team. This is bigger
exactly.
than just her. She's not out there to prove that she's a capable woman to get out of a situation. And this is I direct this at Cyclops. He's good, but against Mystique, he knows that he's at a disadvantage when you take that visor off, or he doesn't have his glasses on, his
Exactly.
ruby quartz glasses. He's and obviously, where's he going to go if he does beat her? Where is he going to go?
Exactly.
He's
And he's
going to
not
contact his team.
exactly. And I agree with what you're saying. I don't think he's trying to win. What he's trying to do, one, he's trying to get in contact with his team, but he knows already they are probably already looking for him.
Yep.
And what I
And
love about this scene too is that it has perhaps the greatest entrance for Jean because Jean catches him and she comes floating down the hole, like an angel in light. And
yeah.
the animation of her hair is great.
Oh my goodness. She
Like,
had anime hair flowing.
yep. And like I said, she comes flowing down there and she's got this look of sheer determination. And Mystique, like goes, "Oh, girlfriend to the rescue," and she says, "Oh, you got that right," and she throws her against the wall and then just crushes her against the wall. Doesn't kill her
Yep.
because this is still a kid show, but
Yep.
yeah, it was beautiful.
Even if she does crush her, she's like she's still tough enough to take it. She's got a high endurance and she runs away, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Mystique, when she knows she's at the disadvantage, she runs away. I think she also no, actually I think she tries to again to attack her, right? No, she runs away, actually.
No,
Did she
she throws her aside and then she tries to do hand to hand. Then she tries. I think she tries a kick, but Jean is just like, "Oh, come on!" And she catches it.
Yeah.
With her telekinesis, she's like, "You got no chance against me. I can see,
Yep.
and the three of us are the only ones that are down here, so you can't use your mutation to trick me."
Then there, to cap off the end, of course, it's them actually becoming an item now at the end.
Yep.
And
Yep.
Wolverine has this line. He has this line. I want to say it right now. He has this line. Well, it's about time. And Rogue. I mean, Star looks at it like, mm-hmm.
I love it. It's great. This is one of the best episodes of the season.
I'm actually really anxious to get off the stream and rewatch it again. Actually,
Yeah.
now that we're reminiscing, it's like Dang, now I really want to rewatch it. I really want to rewatch it now because it's a really good episode.
Yeah, and it
So
also
let's get
shows that the X-Men are not invincible. They are prone to human vulnerability.
right. So let's get into another vulnerability episode, so to speak. Extreme measures.
Yep.
So this is an Evan episode. We finally actually getting Spike another episode so he can actually feel. Uh, I joke, so he can actually be relevant this time.
He was doing a great job in the previous episodes. I mean, yeah, he was a background character, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So this is where he's actually struggling with his abilities now. He's actually having a hard time trying to retract his spikes every once in a while. Then
Mm-hmm.
you have that one. You have this one moment where there's this human boy that's trying to connect with him. You
Yep.
know, trying to make friends with him, only to find out that he's actually there for protection. He's actually using him as a guard dog, basically. Which
Yeah.
to those to those who watch this episode will give off the wrong impression that this kind of gives a bit of an unfortunate implication here, which I don't see that, but
No,
I
it's
can
like
kind of
it's like
see it.
it's like what was it? The person being bullied at the playground. What do? You find a bigger you find a bodyguard, somebody to protect you.
Yeah,
You got to make
yeah,
friends with big burly guys in order to stay alive.
kind of like what we
Like, did
did
anybody
back in
ever
high
go to
school, right?
Did anybody ever go to high school?
Because that's what I did back in junior high and in high school. I went and kind of made friends with a few big. Not I didn't necessarily make friends just for them to protect me. I mostly made friends with them because they were cool people. I didn't even realize
Yeah.
that not too many people mess with me until after they start leaving, or at least
Yeah.
when they're not there. Like it's like I think looking back at it now, I think that's where they stopped messing with me. They stopped they stopped they didn't bother me as much when I was around the big people, but once they were gone, that's when they start picking on me in a
Yeah.
way.
Exactly.
So we get a little bit of action scene there with him utilizing his spikes in unique ways. But we also notice that he's having trouble retracting those spikes now. Like he's struggling to push them back in once the
Mm-hmm.
battle's done. He even ditches the kids like this is the reason why you want to be friends with me, dude. Get lost.
Yep.
Of course, we got this whole little skate ring match going on because of course we have to again. It's like I wouldn't say
Because
this is
it's
my least extreme, but I hazard to say that this is still one of my. It's not my favorite, but I still love it all the same. But it treads on least favorite episode territory for me because there's nothing really much here aside from really just exploring the Morlocks
love
and basically submitting Evan's status as the moral in this episode, or at least in this
full on
series.
embrace of the Morrow inspiration too. I mean, they're not even they
Yeah.
don't even hide it in the episode.
So the only drawback I have with this episode is the fact that there's a liquid out there that can mess with mutants and make them sick, or at least enhance their abilities to the point where they can't really turn them off. So, and it's kind of like a message for, I guess it's a stand-in message for performance enhancer drinks or energy drinks or stuff like that. I think that there's a social commentary here buried in this
It's like,
episode
don't
that wasn't really needed.
fans drink water.
Yeah, it's funny because this property that they used for their little X game promotion, it it causes the kids to underperform for some
Mm-hmm.
reason.
Yeah.
But when Evan drinks it, it enhances his abilities. What did you thought about that?
I thought it was a good idea if it could be further explored. It was like, first off, okay, fine. The Morlocks are destroying Power 8 because it's polluting their sewers and making mutants sick. It's not. It would be interesting because you actually explore, different It's something that sets mutants apart from humans. a power drink that can actually harm mutants. It's interesting. It's an interesting idea, but in execution, I think it falls apart
Yeah, yeah,
because
definitely.
they actually did try this idea in Logan and it worked beautifully.
Right. Um, the only thing that I would say is effective here in this episode is the relationship between Aurora and Evan.
Yeah,
And when this is going to be a quick talk about this episode because there's not really much happening with this episode other than it's Evan's episode. He's having trouble with his powers. He's being more impulsive.
mm-hmm.
Um, Callisto basically shines in this episode by having to try to protect him from the power surge drink, as it's called, the power surge. I think it's
Power
called
Power
power
Eight,
what?
Power Eight,
Say again.
Power Eight. That's what they're calling it.
Yeah, yeah, kind of like a
It's a nod to Powerade.
yeah. I was gonna say that it's like an XP of Powerade and Gatorade.
Yeah.
Clever there, guys. No, I don't mean that as a sarcasm either. Oh, we
No.
have the professor here.
Oh, Professor Geek. Hello.
So we getting a bit of the big greats in this stream. We had out here earlier, Professor, just to let you know, we're talking about X-Men Evolution. If you haven't seen that series, check it out, dude. It's really good. Especially season 3. We're on season 3 right now. It's
Mm-hmm.
not a rewatch. This is actually us doing a retrospective review.
Yeah.
So we're in episode 6 right now. We're plowing through this really fast. This whole season. Uh yeah, so we were talking about the XP to he says he never finished the series, but he enjoyed the start of it. Well, I implore you, finish it, man. It's really good.
It's
Like
basically, yeah,
it's
it's fantastic. In fact, I even say this: if you want to know how to write prejudice in a TV show or whatever medium you're writing, watch season 3 of X-Men Evolution and then watch the anime Code Geass.
the what?
It's called Code Geass: La Luce de
Yeah,
Rebellion. It's
yeah, definitely that one.
yeah. If you ever want to know how
I
to
would
write,
say go to Evolution for if you want to write right, like write
yes.
both sides.
Mm-hmm.
How to write both sides. But other than that, when when they took care of the factories and all that stuff, and you got Storm going after Evan to try to. This was one thing that also kind of didn't do it for me is how she was able to run into him in the sewers like that
Yeah.
quick.
What I
But
also like is that we see the genuine emotional concern that Aurora has for Evan, which had kind of somewhat been missing, in my opinion.
oh, you better get out of here now, Professor. We're spoiling it, especially this episode. Better get
Yeah.
out now, like right now, not now, but right now. Get out, shoot, get your leg stream ready.
But recommend us to all your friends.
Yeah, we need people. I don't know why people haven't showed up.
We're not doing this for ourselves. We do this for you.
Yeah. What I was gonna say. Disregarding that, the fact that disregarding the fact that she found him that fast. Did you get at least a Mazda and Derek vibe from that when he walked away?
It's
Like
kinda, but see, in my personal opinion, I think this is the worst way to write out a character because
true.
he's at the beginning, we're introducing more problems for Evan, but in the very end, he just says, "Hey, I finally found the place where I belong, so just don't come look for me," and he just walks off, and I'm like, that is not how you write off a character.
Nope.
Because
I will.
this is not because and Storm lets him go, which is so out of character because throughout the entire show, she would go after him and say, "You get back here right now. We're going home."
Right. But I will say this: her final words to him was actually pretty sweet. Said,
Yeah.
"Just know this. Like know this. I'm still proud of you." Because at this point, he's already got spikes protruding. There's no way he can pull that back anymore. His spikes are permanently stuck now, so he can't
Mhm.
go outside ever again to the public eye. He's basically stuck with the Morlocks now. He's already. Did you get a bit of a relationship building between him and Callisto? Which I'm asking this right now before because we're going to discuss that more when we
Yeah,
get to that episode when he comes back.
it kind of echoes what we well not echoes, but it's like what we saw in the '90s cartoon when Storm challenges Callisto for the leadership of the Morlocks. Although this time around, it seems more like Evan's going to be that guy
Yeah, but
who's going to
there
be
seems like
lead.
there's a hint of romance building there, sort of.
Yeah. But
But
I think
we talked.
the
I'm saying we
B
talked a
plot of
bit.
this episode is really good. It's
Oh, the B plot.
Kitty learning how to drive.
Oh, I have that in my notes too. I was about to skip over that too. I'm glad that you
How
brought that up.
how could you, Wolf? This is like some grade A writing here, and it's like, why couldn't the writers of the B plot be doing the main
For reals. Watch the gate. Watch the gate.
plot?
Logan. Like it's funny because it began that segment began with Jean and Cyclops running for life, running
Mm-hmm.
for their lives. She's like, and
And
it's
then
like
Kurt pops
he's
in.
asking, "What's wrong?"
He goes,
Huh?
Kurt pops in and goes, "Hey guys, do you hear Kitty got her driver's permit?" "Yes, Kurt, we know." "Do you hear she's looking for anybody over 18 willing to drive with her?" "Yes, Kurt, we know." "Well, you guys better try to avoid her." And they both say, "Yes, Kurt, we know."
And they just bail out, just straight up bail out. And like, I think professor was talking to Wolverine about the whole driving
Oh,
thing,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah. Yeah. What was it? Scott and Jean come in and say, "You want to see us, Professor?" And they go, and he goes, "Yes, I have to. I have to assign you. I'm going to put you on an assignment that can be quite dangerous." And they already know what it's going to be. But Wolverine walks in and goes, "Dangerous? Oh, I'm in." And he says, "You know what?
and then
Maybe." Yep.
flash cut to him in the X van, which doesn't get that much action, but it actually does for this hijinks. And she's like, "Woo, let's go!" And she's like just driving at top speed towards the gate. He's like, "Watch the gate, watch the gate, watch the gate!" And she just fades right through the gate. And of
Mm-hmm.
course, at the end of that, she comes back with the X van, and it's got all manner of contraband just sticking out of it. And she mentions how the drivers are rude to her on the road.
And
And
Wolverine's actually getting out. He's holding his chest. He was genuinely terrified.
and he goes by the Charles, and he says, "How did it go?" And he says, "Yep, Red and Scott really owes me."
And I owe you too, Professor. And he gets his ultimate revenge at the end of the episode because at the end, Xavier was telling the guy about Powerade, how they destroyed it. They destroyed the
Yeah,
Powerade manufacturing plant, and and the guy says, "I had no idea," and he's like going, "Yes," and he says, "Why didn't the Morlocks tell me?" And he says, "Because they've been persecuted so bad they can't trust anybody anymore." And
of course we
good.
get a we get a little sinister thing going on, which we'll never get back to ever again in this series.
No, that's what bugs me more than anything because this is the groundwork for what was going to be Mr. Sinister.
Yep,
And then so
definitely.
Xavier gets in the car and he says, "All right, Logan, let's go home." And Kitty's in the driver's seat saying, "Oh no, Logan said I could drive."
Yep, he just got back on Charles on that, and and it almost looked like Charles was about to get out, but
You pause the scene just right as
the
he's driving away. His hands and his face are against his hands and his face are against the window as he's screaming.
yep, it's beautiful. Arcade
Uh,
Barnes is here, and he has a question. Hey, Arcade Barnes, he's not. He's a regular. He says, "Does Spike get an awesome mohawk like Storm did when she fought Callisto in the comics? Because he should. He doesn't. He still look like Blade,
Nope.
or at least no. Well, no, we're not gonna talk about that yet. We'll we'll get there when we get to next season. So catch us on the catch us on the back watch, because we do actually put up the images of what the characters look like. So definitely catch us on the back watch if you guys are not here all the time, because I do put the Scooner can vouch for me. I put the images of the characters in the forefront before we get
Vouch.
into these reviews, so you guys know what they look like and what they should look like when we describe the episodes. Let's get into the next episode, The Toad, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Now this one was interesting because it really shows how messed up Magneto is in this episode.
Oh yeah.
Spoilers: Magneto does something really messed up in this episode.
Yep. Oh, this is it. Also, this actually is kind of interesting. This episode is unique in that it's got this kind of fairy tale aesthetic to it. If that makes sense.
It's got it's a Toad episode actually
Yep.
as well.
Yep.
It's something that Toad was needing for a while now. Toad has been gearing up to be like a kind of like a lovesick pony, a simp for Wanda,
Yep.
if you will. We have the Lady of Valor, Leia Plus Size here, bidding us a hello.
Hello, Leia plus
I just
size.
mentioned you about
What's up?
this Thursday, so gear up for that one, Lady of Valor. Anyways, yeah, he's been quite Toad's been quite the simp towards Wanda lately
Yep.
since season 2, or at least
Yeah.
around season 3. He's been trying to woo. So far, he's been trying to woo Wanda throughout this
And some
episode.
of the funniest stuff comes from that too. It's like when they were after episode 1, Toad is sneaking out of the Brotherhood house, and he's like going, "Hey, Toad, where's all of our clothes? This is all of Wanda's stuff." And he's like, "Well,
Simp knocking.
we got our uniforms, but we got our uniforms. We're completely fine." And he's always shoving him and pushing him. There's this one episode where he says, she makes a guy want to brush his teeth.
Repeat that. You kind of cut out there.
When she shoves him aside, he goes like you were saying, the lovesick pony. He goes, she makes a guy want to brush his teeth.
That's why the girls don't dig the Toad.
It's
I'm
not
shaking
so
my
good.
head. Just let you
Yeah.
guys know, I am visible. I'm not. It's not visible, but I'm not. I'm shaking my head at that line, like Toad. You just don't get it. You just don't get it.
This is
You
also
try, but you just don't
this
get
is
it.
also where Mastermind comes in on this episode.
Another thing about this episode is a return of our best girl, Amanda,
Yes.
and our final farewell to our best girl. Sadly, this is the episode where she invites Kurt on a dinner to meet her folks. This is the rite of passage. We've been through this, guys. All guys who've ever been on a date, you or at least you've been dating your girlfriend for a while, and now you have to meet the parents. Now you've been dating for
The
a long time
final
with your girlfriend.
trial.
This is the hardest part when it comes to teen romances, or at least adult romances. You get to meet the parents. You
Yep.
can't keep your bow, hidden forever from your parents. So this is what's going on. And I say this is a final farewell. I used to like this segment of this episode, but now I'm looking at it, now I'm like, oh, this is how they rid out the best girl of the human factor.
I think the ending makes up for it, though.
Yeah. So like Amanda invites Kurt to meet her parents for dinner. Um before that happens, Toad wants to take his image inducer so that he can
Yep.
woo Wanda with it. Basically,
Yeah.
he wants to use it to disguise himself. So that's what I'm setting up why Toad got involved with the dinner. So
Mhm.
we got Kurt. He's got his best suit on, quote unquote. He's sadly, his image inducer is in the fritz, so it cuts in, cuts out. There's multiple times where it cuts in, cuts out. He has to covertly fix it, or at least keep it under control, so he can keep the charade going. Because if their parents see him as he is current in the real, that's gonna be game over for them,
Uh-huh.
basically. Uh, so far so far it's going well, but the image is in the fritz, and there's a hijinks that happens where he talks to her mom for a while, then he teleports into to the kitchen where she's working. She's like, "Oh, I didn't see you come in." And what was Kurt's response to that? Did you remember, Scooner?
He was, he was saying, I just, I popped in when you weren't looking. I can't remember. He said, but he tries to play it off like it's some kind of a. He tries to play it off quickly, and then he's teleporting again and again.
Yeah, because again, like that, I have to I have to throw a little bit of myself in this moment because it reminds me of me sometimes. Because like there are times I I'm a cat. I walk silently. Like I make no sound when I walk. I don't know how I'm able to do that, but somehow I walk in a moment and somebody looks at me. Wolftan, where'd you come from? I'm like, I'm sorry, I walk silent. I don't know how it happens. It just happens. It's like sometimes I do make sound, but you probably don't hear me do it. I'm just ninja. So
Ninja.
I can relate. I can relate to him on that front. It's like I just out of existence, so to speak. I put that in air quotes, by the way, guys. I just bamf in and out of existence. I basically learned the art of Batman.
The thing
So
that's crazy about this episode is how Toad is just basically coming right in and he just immediately attacks Kurt for his image inducer.
Oh, can we also appreciate that in the first season stream, I mentioned that Toad has his own theme song, right?
Yep.
So before this ever happened, he had a Toad music video on Kids WB, but this episode brings in the Toad rap, and I
Yep.
have it in my notes says I have my notes say play Toad rap at the end, but you know what? I might as well just play it right now. So before we even continue any further, let's appreciate the Toad for
Yeah.
let's get some Toad appreciation for a bit. Let me look it up real quick. I'm gonna play the Toad rap. Yeah, and while this is happening, that's a song that's playing in the background. By the way, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh man, let me look it up real quick. So, all right, there, I found it. Let me play it right now. So, I hope you guys have the Wait a minute. Okay, that's not it. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, there we go. Can you hear it?
I can hear it.
That's
Oh,
basically what's that's
oh.
basically what's playing in the background as the ruckus is happening in the dinner.
Yep. Yep.
Of all
And,
the people to get a rap theme song, it's Toad in this show.
it's like, but it's like one of those like hidden gems.
He's basically the Waspinator of this series.
Oh yeah.
Waspinator gets a lot of the love. Like, believe it or not, Beast Wars, Waspinator has a lot of fans.
Oh yeah, he does. I'm one of
And
them too. Throughout most of the throughout most of the series, he's pretty much the one getting all blown up all over the place. And the finale is great because he says, I'm sick of being blown up all over the place. So you know what? If you
I'm sick of this. I'm
can't,
sick of that, and they still end up blown up to
I know.
pieces.
And I love that
Uh,
line. He basically says, if you want to, so if you don't like what I have to say, you may as well just blow me away. And Inferno, Quick Strike both look at each other and then they blast him.
yep. Let me get into the comments before we continue any further, real quick, because I'm pretty sure you guys have some juicy comments to bite into right now. Arcane's Bar says lovesick puppy about the lovesick pony thing. It's really a lovesick puppy, actually. Thank you for the correction. Let Plus I says, heard you need a company. I don't know much about this show. I have to catch up with it to chat. I felt I would not be any good to you. Well, you being here is more than enough, Let Plus Size. Thank you for joining
Don't sell
us.
yourself so shortly a plus size. It's always a benefit to have you here. It's great. We love
In other
having
words, you being the lady about you are the reinforcements.
you.
She also says she'll be ready and she look forward to Thursday. Definitely. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I will. The reason why I can't wait because I'm always anxious to hear the woman's perspective on certain topics that we talk about in the geekdom and outside the geekdom. I like to hear the woman's
Mm-hmm.
Perspective. Um, Let
Very
plus size to
informative.
Brian Gilmore said, "Yep." Let plus size to Brian Gilmore. Thank you, Brian. Glad to be with you all. And Brian Gilmore says he says, by the way, share the stream to help get some more people here. Thank you for your diligence, uh, Maverick Hunter Saint. Thank you for your diligence, your due diligence. That's a tongue tied.
Thank you, Brian
He
Gilmore.
says he also says best suit indeed.
Yeah, the get up he's in. Yeah, I love that get up he's in. It's great. It's
Yeah,
clearly he's really trying.
yeah. Gotta give the man props there. You gotta give the man props. He says to lay blood size plus size. By the way, looking forward to you and Wolf talking Thursday. That should be fun. Oh, it will be. I'll try my best to make it fun. I'll try my best. I do try and make these things fun for you guys. That's why you guys keep coming,
Your
I
best is
guess.
enough. Your best is
Of
enough.
course, that's why you guys keep coming. Because it's fun.
It is fun.
So,
Don't
without
ever
further
sell
ado,
yourself
let's get.
short, man.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Let's get into the meat of this episode, really, though. The
Yeah,
brainwashing.
yeah. This is really messed up.
So we got Wanda looking for Pietro again. I think Piet. No, actually, she follows Pyro this time in this
She
episode.
found, yeah, she found Pyro, and she discovers that Pietro is back with the Brotherhood, so she goes back to the Brotherhood. And Pietro, I love it. He says, "Wanda's here! Oh my gosh!" And he goes running and hiding. But before that, he's bossing the other. He's bossing the other people of the Brotherhood around. He's like. He's like talking a big game, and one of my favorite lines of this episode is Blob saying like, "You didn't even notice the radish roses I added into your sandwich. I quit."
Yep, he's
Oh my
doing his
god!
best to make the sandwich to his specifics, which is not much because Pietro keeps saying it so fast just to torture him.
Yep.
Um, Lance is obviously having none of anything what he's saying, so he just nopes out of that situation. I think Toe
Yep.
is trying something, but
Yeah.
yeah,
And he
and of
keeps
course
using his dad. He keeps saying, "Do you want my?" Oh yeah, Toad is on the roof trying to fix the satellite dish. But
yeah, there we go.
Quicksilver keeps using his dad as an excuse. He says, "You mess with me, you mess with Magneto, yada yada yada." And then when Wanda comes, because he's acting all like big man on campus, and then suddenly Wanda comes walking in, and he gets so scared.
Yep, you gotta help me, you gotta save me, you gotta protect me. Oh no, not this time,
And
buddy.
he goes
But
running into
let's
I love his closet. He
get back
goes
into the
running into the
brainwash
closet.
thing.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get back to the brainwash, like the whole fact that they're using what's that dude's name?
Mastermind.
He's a mastermind, using mastermind to manipulate her memories to give her happy memories. Now, I'm a bit conflicted here, cause on one hand, I know it's messed up. On the other hand, the mirrors that they're showing seem a bit positive.
Mm-hmm.
It almost seems like, in a way, he's helping her move on. But at the same time, this is messed up.
I think
It's
it's I
really
think
messed up.
I think it's really messed up because the simple fact is that he's basically saying it did not happen the way you're saying it happened,
Mm-hmm.
and then is forcing her to accept his variation of how it happened.
That
It's like
and
that's
one thing that's
that's
also sorry, go ahead. Keep going. Keep going.
that's what's really messed up. It's like this was a horribly traumatic experience for her. And granted, yes, it's going down a path of self destruction that she's doing. And he even tries to reason with her, like saying, Wanda, I want us to have a good relationship here, but your single minded self
Mm-hmm.
destructive path is a liability that I can no longer uh, is is a thorn in my side I can no longer tolerate.
Right.
So
Uh
he's so yeah, so he's basically forcing her or re-educating her.
oh, it's funny that you mentioned that. In the world that we're living in right now.
This is in every sense of the word re-educate, just simple re-education because from here on out, she thinks that her father's a great man,
Yep. And the
and
memory
he is.
suggests otherwise too. Oh
Yeah,
my goodness. Like you it, I say I'm conflicted because I really wish this was the life that they lived. I really want them to have a happy deep down inside. I want them to have a good relationship with their father, Pietro, Wanda. I want them to both have a good, like those happy memories that they're putting in. I'm like, bruh. At the same time, I want them to have that kind of relationship, but I'm not a fool.
yeah,
I would like I say that. I say that with wholeheartedly. I want them to have a good relationship with their father, but not at the cost of her manipulation like this. This is not what I want them to have like this. So I'm not that fool that is going to say, "Well, yeah, it's a good idea for them to brainwash her and give her good." No, not that is not what I'm saying. Everybody, do not take my words as that. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying I want them to rebuild the relationship, but I don't
exactly,
want them to be brainwashing her like this to do that. Not at the expense of her sanity like this.
exactly,
You
because
know
this
this.
this
Go ahead.
process this process, and I don't think he fully I don't think even Magneto fully. I think he does fully understand this. Mastermind should have said, if I do this, this process is going to change her in like ways that I don't even think you realize. But Magneto, this is Magneto. He says, forget the
He
consequences,
insists.
do it.
He insists on it.
Yeah.
Um, this also leads Chris to a little nod to her going insane in the comics. But I'm gonna pull up Professor Geek real quick. You
Yeah.
guys entertain them with some X-Men trivia while I do that.
Okay. Okay. So I think of what I found interesting about this episode is the real fairy tale aesthetic that they're going with. One, you got Wanda on a quest, going to the snowy Alps, kidnapped by uh, kidnapped by forces that she doesn't know and taken to a villainous lair. And Toad has got to recruit the help of Nightcrawler to go and save Wanda. They're able to save Wanda, but I think what's really hilarious is that in this variation, because he has the image inducer on, he's uh, taken the form of a handsome prince, and he kisses Wanda, but instead the reversal happens. Instead of the frog becoming a prince, the prince turns into a frog. I always thought that was hilarious. But I also found that like what me and Wolf Ten Media were saying, I didn't like this whole brainwashing thing. It was really messed up and it was screwed up. And I think it's just another one of those wish fulfillment. It's basically Magneto's exerting control over his children's lives. I thought it was really hilarious though that the Looney Tune style B plot between Toad and Wanda was hilarious. Toad is trying out all these different images on the image inducer, and, and Wanda's seeing right through all of them, and she keeps throwing him out. She keeps it's funny. Yeah, Brian Gilmartin says a good relationship only works if it's genuine, not a result of brainwashing. Exactly. Exactly. You hit the nail right on the head, Brian Gilmartin.
And I'm back, and I just caught the moment you read his comment. Yeah, I have to agree with him as well.
This is what he's really only doing is that he's much like Agatha Harkness in season 2. He's only tempering the flame. And
it's funny that you mentioned that one actually, because both Mystique and Magneto have both done the biggest no to Wanda. They commit the ultimate sin of messing with her mind, whereas Agatha, I think Agatha basically kind of side helped her out a bit to focus her mind.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe that Mystique was feeling that rage, that big mad rage in her, whereas Magneto is trying to bury the past within her mind. And again, this is going to lead to
or like
go ahead.
What I'm looking for or rewrite his own history.
Oh, these are I'm going to say this right now. The stuff that we're talking about is becoming a trigger, almost a trigger for me, in the loosest sense, by the way.
Yeah, but it's
so much of
the tactics of what the bad guys are using are now what SJWs and everyone's saying is what the good guys should be doing. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? Just because somebody in authority is telling you it's the right thing doesn't mean it's the right thing.
No. You gotta look at it with logic, as RJ from the Fourth Age have said. Look through it with your logic, your prudence, and your what's that other word he says? He's got the he's got the not the wit. There's a virtues that he associate with virtue, a paragon of virtue.
Oh gosh!
I know one was prudence. One was prudence. The other one is it's funny because I watch his videos religiously.
That I'm gonna remember these later.
Pretty much, we'll probably, or we can also bring it up in the next season. Brian Gilmore helped us out. He says temperance and justice. So there's temperance, prudence, and justice. Those are the three.
Thank you, Brian Gilmartin.
Those are three ingredients for what makes a paragon of virtue in RJ through RJ from the Fourth Age. Thank you, Brian Gilmartin, from me as well. Let's kind of wrap this one up. We talked long.
I was talking about the Looney Tunes style B plot where Toad is trying all these different images to try to woo Wanda.
Oh, Brian also mentioned fortitude. Yeah, definitely fortitude. Continue, Scooner. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
It's okay. It was just all these funny little different images that he's in. And I was talking about how it's almost like a subversion of the fairy tale trope, where the princess kisses the frog and he becomes a handsome prince. Well, in this version, Wanda, aka of the House of Magnus, a princess.
Speaking of which, it's Toad and Nightcrawler that save her from the dungeon, but unfortunately, the damage has already been done. Yeah. I mean, they did good by rescuing her, but the damage has already been done.
Yeah.
It's like the moment he talks about the father, about Magneto per se, she says, I don't really hate him.
Yep. I'm not angry anymore. I can't remember why I was ever angry at him. And Toad tries to jog her memory, but Quicksilver silences him.
Oh, and this I would have to say, I did not like Toad in this instance, because let's just say this, after what Quicksilver has said to him, what he does after that notion does not endear me to him at all anymore after this, because he's taking advantage again on Wanda.
Yep.
He
He's
let
basically
he
he
let
basically said,
Pietro
"You want to remind
manipulate
her,
him.
yeah, make her all murdery again. Hey, think of it like this: now that she's staying here, you have a chance to get her." And he's like, going, "You know what? I like that." It's like one of those quick plot conveniences, but it was like, whatever.
It also, again, speaking of unfortunate implications, is like he's taking advantage of a very vulnerable woman, and she's
Yep.
already at a point where she's I mean, she doesn't like him because he's disgusting still, but like, yeah, there's
There's some really, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Some really dark
and,
implications.
and I don't lump Kurt as guilty by association in this instance because this is before Pietro even jumps in at this moment. But he did make a point. He's like, you know what, you should be nice to him. He did go out of his way to save you.
Yep. And then
Yeah.
and what does he do? He doesn't help his cause anymore because he just sticks his tongue out to eat a fly.
He's like, I'm my own worst enemy.
Yeah, this is actually a very messed up episode. On the surface, it looks like just a standard filler, but if you really look at the implications, it's not. This is, I think, this, this might be the darkest episode I've ever seen.
And it stays like that. I mean,
And
it ends slightly on a happy note, but like you don't leave confused. You leave the exact same way you did going in. You leave uncomfortable.
yep,
Like yeah, you're happy that she's safe now. Like you know you don't have to worry about her dying or anything, but she is not gonna be good.
she's not going
Not,
to be okay because you know it's only a matter of time. It's not a question of if; it's a question of when she gets her memories back.
yeah. So let's get into the next episode. One of my favorites as well. Self possessed.
Oh my gosh, I love this episode. This is the best Rogue episode.
This kind of got a horror slasher movie vibe from me, and we're gonna get into to why. We're gonna get into that soon. Um, so a little bit of a side note. Rogue is still have a crush on Cyclops at this point. It's already been we already established that Jean and Cyclops are dating now.
Yep.
She's not in the know. She's not
Yeah,
in the know yet.
I don't even think most of the X Men are in the know at this
Yeah.
point.
So she pretty much put the two together when he says he's because they mentioned the concert beforehand. This it's established that the concert is being held
Yep.
and 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 Cyclops mentions that he and Jean are going, and this is where pretty much you know Rogue is cool with it, but deep down
Well, on the surface, she's cool with it. She is not.
she's
But she's
defeated.
not okay with it.
She's defeated. She can she throws in the towel, but man she feel bad not
Yeah,
taking that first step towards him. She's you know um but also we established that she's we're establishing now that she's having problem with her powers. Her powers are evolving. Her
mm-hmm.
absorption powers. In this episode, she has awakened a different gene where those who she absorbed, she can actually with Mystique's power also she can morph into them, but also use their powers too when she morphs into the person she's using the powers from. So this happens when they're at the concert and she's with what's
Risty. Oh yeah, this is the last time Risty makes an appearance.
yep, yep, very keep going, keep going.
This is the last appearance of Risty, and this really bothers me because she comes back and Rogue is like overly elated about Risty being back because she needed something positive in her life, especially since everything that had happened this entire season.
Right.
And after what happened with Scott, now that you mention it, I suddenly noticed that after she had after he had mentioned he was going with Jean, that's when Rogue's power started acting all
Wonky.
and
Yeah.
and what else? Oh, Wolverine. This is actually the episode where Wolverine becomes like that father figure, like he was in the movies, because he knocks on the because they're playing it because at the beginning of the movie, Cyclops and Rogue are playing racquetball,
Mm-hmm.
and she destroys her racket, and Wolverine comes to her door saying, "Yeah, do you want to explain something about this? It's a racket." She destroyed, and before she could say anything, Kitty grabs her, and they're saying, "Come on, Jean's giving us a ride in her new van." And that's where everybody kind of finds out about Scott and Jean,
Yeah.
and that really just rubs Rogue the wrong way.
Oh, I did mention that I was talking about how much I didn't like Multiple Man, did I?
Yeah,
That much with his immaturity.
yeah,
I did not need him trying to muscle in on Kitty the way he
yeah.
did in this. The
Just feel
age.
like you could have put any of the New Mutants in here, but you chose him.
Uh, Doggo Hollerberg mentioned something about Risty just now, and he's here as well. But
Hello,
before I
Dogo
get
Halibur.
before I get to the one involving Risty, let me highlight his comments real quick. He says probably another plot point for what would have been season 5 would be Wanda getting her memory back. Yeah, yeah, definitely. We'll talk more about that when we get to season 4 because we have some things to say in season 4.
No, yeah,
Doggo talking about Rogue's defeat, very Lionel slash Tiger slash Cheetara from Thundercats 2012, as I recall. Yeah, that's basically what that was. It's like a reenactment of the love triangle between Tigra, Lionel, and Cheetara.
yeah, yeah. That was. I thought that was handled actually pretty well. I mean, they
I,
addressed the issue, but I think I like it a little more here in this show
yeah.
because
Uh,
it's more of that conflict manifesting itself in her powers going rogue.
he also mentions that I gotta admit I was surprised when Risty was revealed to be Mystique. That you know what? That probably would have been the biggest shocker had anybody not watched any previous episode that revealed Risty as Mystique. Because
Yeah.
I was shocked too. Because dude, I will say this: when the way how she got revealed again for the second time, this time at the hero reveal,
Hmm.
um, was a shocker to me because I'm like, that was Mystique the whole time,
Hmm.
and you would have been shocked had you not seen the episode in season 2 that
Yeah.
introduced Arcade.
Yeah. But
But
I think but Risty being revealed couldn't have come at the worst time for Rogue because instead of making it better, which is what Mystique is there trying to do, you find out at the beginning that Destiny is saying that Rogue's in trouble, and if you if she dies, then then your future's done too.
yeah,
So that's when Mystique goes back to try to. I just and this to gently nudge her in the right direction, but it just totally backfires.
yep. Yeah, she as Rissy was trying to instill some wisdom to her this time, right? If I
Yeah,
recall.
saying that you still have feelings
How'd
for
you?
Scott, but you could
Speaking
choose
of
to go
which, on
with him.
on a side, how did you like the music in that I was playing for the concert?
I
I
thought it
can
was
barely
okay.
I could barely understand what they were saying half the time.
It seemed like it was trying to cash in on that uh, grunge style that was coming out in the early 2000s.
Yeah, kind of like a Red Hot Chili Peppers thing going on,
Yeah,
sort of thing. I don't know if here's the thing. I don't know if they replaced the music when Disney XD acquired it, like they did with the Spy Cam music.
yeah,
So I wouldn't know because um I I did rewatch it unedited and it sounds fine, but I don't know what was like in the Disney XD version. I think they kept it the same. I think, or maybe they put something cheesier. Well, here's the thing. I think if you can hear, I will say this: if you can hear it clearly, you know they changed it. Because in
yeah,
the previous versions, you could barely hear what they were saying. Like
Yeah.
when I said in the first and I think it was first season, right? First season, when I did the two versions, the original version of the spike count. That's basically how the lyrics was. That's what's going in my head whenever time I heard the lyrics. Till they changed it to "Ooh, shake it, ooh, shake it." If you can hear that, if you
Yeah.
can make out that, you know they changed it.
Yep.
Whereas I think this one's like you can hear it, but like it's kind of like that smooth kind of all the girls listen to this type of band kind of music,
Mhm.
and I think they kind of changed it to more. It I think they changed it to more of a skater vibe in
Yeah.
the Disney XD version because I think I heard it a lot clearer. But that's just a side rant, or at
This
least a
is
side.
actually also um, shows why Rogue is terrified of crowds.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's talk about that right now. The sequence, the animation sequence of that.
Oh my gosh, it was
That
amazing. But
was
it was also very agonizing to have to watch this.
oh, it was crazy, man. It's like somehow her sleeve gets ripped.
Yeah, one of
And
the somebody falls and rips her sleeve, and then suddenly everybody in the surrounding area is getting hit by Rogue, and she's trying to retain her balance, but the problem is that all the memories are flowing through her, and
yep.
then bam, she hits Mystique.
And then she transforms
Mm-hmm.
right there. And I think everybody saw her. I think
Yep.
all the X-Men saw her transform.
Uh huh.
And
And this is where it gets really bad because the first person she turns into is Risty, and as she learns the truth of Mystique and who Risty's identity is, she has a
and
complete mental breakdown.
And to make matters worse, Rogue shapeshifts into, of all people, Sabretooth.
Yep.
And she
Um,
goes
yep.
bananas.
Yep. And well, this is the scary part too, is that anybody who lays a hand on her, like the X-Men, suddenly uh, get like hit with Rogue's power.
Yep. Yeah, and they don't see her transform either. They just see Sabretooth there. So they're just oh, that's even worse implications there. It's like you're hurting your friends.
Mm-hmm. And you don't even realize you're doing it. It was just, like I said, it was just so painful to watch her transform from Sabretooth to Juggernaut to
Leia plus size. She did not like Rogue's design. Oh no. Oh
uh
no.
oh
I guess you know what? To each their own. She likes the '90s version. I like the '90s version too.
yeah.
I love. Actually, no, I take that back. I love the '90s version of Rogue design.
It's the one. It's the one we all fell in love with.
hmm
I'm
I like to
actually
call it. I
okay
like to
with.
call it badass April O'Neil.
That's awesome. Now, if
But
only April O'Neil can fly and had super strength, she would have been able to help the turtles.
yep. Here's another interesting thing. Mystique's trying to connect to her, trying to help her. This is the first
Uh-huh.
time she generally tries to help Rogue in this situation.
Yeah, and what I love about that scene is that she says, "I'm genuinely trying to help you," and Rogue transforms into Mystique and says in the Mystique voice, "Liar."
Yep.
You,
And it,
you know, and I love that because it's that on the surface, Mystique is saying one thing, but her inner self is saying something completely different.
of course, we get the Mystique on Mystique cat fight, which was amazing.
Yep. And we also finally learn that Rogue is Mystique's adoptive daughter in this episode.
Yeah. Um, that also led to a bit of a connection spike there between her and Kurt.
Yep. Yeah, that was. Yeah, that I think that gets explored in the next episode. But yeah, I do. Yeah, I do know that. And this, what was it? When she's transforming into all the X-Men, and the X-Men have to basically calm her down, is great. And
Yeah,
this episode really shows how truly powerful Rogue is.
Yeah, definitely. They basically pull another beast of Bayville on her this time around. Only this time nobody's restraining her. I think this time
If I
around it's not
recall
Evan that's talking her
correctly,
down. It's Wolverine this time.
yeah, if I recall correctly, Rogue is the fifth and final person in this series who actually loses her powers, loses control of her mutation.
Right. So we start off with Jean.
Yep.
Second
Then you
was
had Beast.
Beast.
Uh,
Third would
hang
have
on
to
to my notes
be
here. Yeah. Third was Wanda.
Wanda.
Fourth was Spike, and Rogue was
Spike.
the last one.
There we go. So nothing from Kitty or Nightcrawler aside from his image inducer on the fritz.
Yeah.
Storm it was just only hypnotized, so that doesn't really count.
Yeah.
She was mind controlled by the Hungan.
Yep.
Uh, Again, Wolverine doesn't count because that was also mind control as well. When
That was a form of mind control, but in the form of science. I like that. It was a chip in his head.
yeah, that's about yeah. You're right. That's about it. That's everybody who's lost control of the power. Again, Cyclops wasn't. Cyclops is only circumstantial. It's not really. It doesn't really count because he was in a position where he can't open his eyes at all.
Yep.
Otherwise, he'll cause more damage than he needs to. Uh, Other than that, like we have the scene where yeah, Rogue after Rogue went back to normal, uh Logan stuck with her and near the hospital bed actually.
Mm-hmm. It was a very touching
That's
scene.
he's like there asleep, right?
She's there, yeah, sleeping, and Wolverine's sitting right next to her, and he's just saying, "Look, I'm not going to lie to you. You're in for you're you got a hard road ahead, but we're here for you, and you got to remember that we're here for you." And he's wearing gloves on his hand, and he takes her hand, and then Rogue slowly just clasps it, and it's just, oh,
Yep. Yep. That was like a one step to her really knowing that her friends got her back.
mm-hmm.
Um let's
And
move
not
on
only
to the
that, she now
next.
knows the
Go ahead.
full extent. She now knows the full extent of Mystique's the levels of that betrayal. That's that Scott was the inciting incident that made her start to lose her powers. It was learning the truth
Hmm.
about Mystique that made her just go full on
Right.
destruction.
Let's move on to the next episode, which is Under Lock and Key, which
Oh yeah, this is
oh,
another one of those great episodes.
because it ties into what we were talking about last season.
Yep, season 2 with
It
Mesmero.
is it's yeah, it's a return of Mesmero. Gambit gets a moment to shine here. A lot of mutants get to shine here, but this is another apocalypse related episode. And
Mm-hmm.
so far, we still haven't seen Apocalypse yet. And
Nope.
we will definitely get into his design next. As I reiterate, next season we're going to get into his design. But we're saving it for the penultimate. Oh man, we're like almost 3 hours in. We got only 3 episodes left. We're going at a good pace today.
Yeah, this is good.
Nice.
This is good.
So, give me your synopsis of this whole episode here.
All right, the full synopsis of Under Lock and Key. Mesmero is taking control of Gambit to steal an artifact from Angel. This is the episode also where Magneto shows up and basically it learns about Apocalypse. He tries interrogating Mesmero, and they learn that this item that he stole is just one half of the item, and that that if he combines the two pieces, it will open the second door to Apocalypse's tomb. Magneto's like, yeah, that's not going to happen. Mesmero escapes, and of course, Angel goes to the X-Men. The X-Men get involved. They go to the museum in London where Mesmero reconnects the two pieces, and they form a giant green spider. And a giant green spider. So the X-Men and the Brotherhood try fighting it. Magneto is finally about to destroy it, but Charles Xavier says, "Wait, Magneto, don't destroy it. I've read Mesmero's, but Magneto's not listening, and he destroys it. And
He's
he
not
says,
having of it. We're going to get into why he's not having. I'm sorry. We're going to get into why he's not having any of it.
and he destroys it, and he's like going, now I finally, without that the second door cannot open. But Xavier says, actually, you did exactly what Mesmero wanted to do, because that spider was a guardian, and as long as the spider was alive, the second door could stay closed. But now, because it's destroyed, the second door can open.
A bit of a nitpick on that front.
Yeah,
Seems it kind of come off as the plot the bandit ish to me.
yeah, an abandoned plot. But I thought it was kind of interesting because this is I thought it was interesting because it's a guardian, so it's going right to the tomb to make sure that the first door closes. That's what I always took it as.
Now that you mentioned that, it's starting to become clear to me now. Like, yeah, what if it was just going to the tomb to close the door, to remove the keys and close the door and reset everything back to square one?
Exactly, because if you watch this scene closely, the spider, the bypass, it's not trying to attack anybody. It's just
Yeah,
moving or crushing objects that are in his way. It only attacks when the X-Men and the Brotherhood are attacking it, but not the Brotherhood, the Acolytes. And
yeah,
it isn't even killing. It isn't even killing or destroying them. It's just tossing them aside.
yep. It only pay attention to them when they obstruct it,
Yeah.
not really like damage it, like because they weren't really damaged. They all they did was obstruct it, and when every time it gets obstructed, that's when it defends itself because it's like,
Mm-hmm.
hey, get out of my way, basically. So let's get into why Magneto was not having it, why he was not listening to his good old friend Charles.
Mm-hmm.
Magneto, through exposition, hears of Apocalypse's backstory. In Sabanur is his original name, which he
Mm-hmm.
took, which from what they explained, translate to Apocalypse, didn't it?
The first one.
The first one. There we go. The first one, basically the first mutant. Ab, in Sabanur, is the first mutant of their generation.
Mm-hmm.
He was a marauder first. He ran with a mercenary band. He was freakishly strong for his age.
Mm-hmm.
When they showed him, uh, when did they come to know him as Apocalypse? During the century.
Well, this is actually really cool because the pharaoh of the time, Rama Tut, came into possession of alien technology, and he was
There we
using
go.
that to take over all of Egypt. While he was taking over Egypt, Apocalypse, abandoned, was found in the desert. This is actually interesting because in Apocalypse's backstory, he's actually the good. He starts off as the good guy.
Yep.
Rama Tut is using this technology in really bad ways, and at this time, Apocalypse is with the Marauders, and he's freakishly strong. And then his father who raised him is killed by the Pharaoh's people. Apocalypse rages
Right.
a war, and he wins, and he comes into the possession of the technology, and he decides that
And
he's
they
going
get,
to use it to
and of
make
course
more.
he get, yeah, and of course he gets betrayed and sealed
Yep,
for his
betrayed.
trouble.
Yeah, and sealed away because apparently what he was doing, he was trying to make the whole world mutants, but he was going to do it through like a forced evolution where he was going to cause uh, biblical level tragedies, which was going to force humanity to evolve.
Which, when you really think about it, it kind of they're basically taking the same plot as the first movie, but on a
Mhm.
grander scale.
Yeah.
Which, imagine if anybody got hit with. Well, actually, you know what? Let's put a pin on that one because we're
Okay.
not there yet. We're not there yet. Let's put a pin on that one.
One of the highlights of this episode is actually Magneto. When he finds out about Apocalypse, he's saying he's going to
Yeah,
summon
let's get back
Apocalypse.
into. Yeah,
That is
You
not
know
going to
what?
happen.
I was going to get back into that because I was going to describe his behavior. It's not out of character. He's so hell bent on being top dog on the planet that he cannot fathom the idea of there being another mutant out there that's way more powerful than he is. Because that's his arrogance speaking out of him, right, Schooner?
Exactly. That is he believes. I can't say it yet because it's in the first episode of next season, but he sums up all that he is in that one sentence. But
Mm-hmm.
he is like going, I am all for, preserving and saving the mutant race, but also I'm the one on top here. I
Yep.
am, this is my vision. I'm going to be the one taking us into a safer tomorrow.
To usher
Nobody
it.
else can do this. It's me.
He's, he, I am Magneto, master of magnet. Welcome to die. So there's nothing there's nothing else to say other than the villain wins in the end.
And this is
After all
also the
said and
first
done.
time ever in the series Magneto loses.
Yes.
So far, this
Yes.
entire show, everything that Magneto has done, he has achieved a measure of accomplishment, except for in the first episode of season 1 when they say, you know what, we're going to table the mutant discussion for now. You see Magneto's face, and he's somewhat surprised. He's like going, interesting how these turn of events came out, but either way, it gives me an opportunity. But this is the time
Yeah.
he actually loses.
Yeah. You can even count Day of Reckoning, his plan Day of Reckoning, as a victory too. Even though the Sentinel crashed in on it still worked in his favor. The mutants are out in the public. The humans are in fear of him as in his vision as they should be. But yeah, this time he loses because he's still not top dog.
Mm-hmm.
It's in Sabanur or Apocalypse.
Yeah. And he's like going, that's not going to happen. I'm going to make sure he does not get awakened. And he thinks he's doing the right thing by destroying the spider, but it doesn't. It backfires immensely. And that, like you said, it was his arrogance.
Yep. And you know what? He doesn't even apologize, and
No.
he just nope.
Well, but that's the thing too, is that when you find out that it was a guardian and you had done exactly what Mesmero wanted, he is not apologizing. He is furious. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you just made a fool of me. You made me look weak.
I'm going to redeem myself one day.
Yeah, I'm gonna, which sets up his whole arc the rest of the season, through the season.
Yep. So let's get into the next filler episode.
Oh, wait. But you mentioned this earlier. I just wanted to make sure. This is also the episode where we do see the Kurt and Rogue dynamic.
Oh, yes. Right.
And I love how in this
Elaborate
episode,
more on that.
Kurt full on embraces Rogue as his sister. It's like, oh, none of the awkwardness, like, oh, wow, looks like we're brother and sister. No, he's all in, like, going, hey, sis, what's up? How's everything going?
Mm-hmm.
And she's the one finding this kind of awkward.
Yeah.
But he's the only one finding this awkward, but it's only after he says, hey, us family has to stick together, all that kind of stuff. And then he leaves. And Rogue gives a little smile, and I love that.
My goodness, just I'm when you said that I was speechless at that moment. It's like the raw human emotion pouring out from these characters, and this is art at work.
It's like, because we're not seeing writing like this anymore. We're just seeing them all angsty and angry and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, no, give us some clowning around or good natured, yeah, this is an awkward situation, but do we really have to but it's awkward if we make it.
You would know that if Modern Riders would have took their dynamic, it would have been stretched through 6 seasons already, and they'll still be back in the forth as if they forgot everything they did in the previous season.
Yeah,
it'll just be just one endless swirl of them trying to retread the exact same, like when they're supposed to be moving on and embracing their childhood, embracing their maturity at this point, and coming together through that notion. But yeah, let's get into Cruise Control.
Yep.
And this is a
definitely a filler.
It's filler episode. it basically gives new mutants something new to do. Um,
And it's a
it,
little
it
more
hits
lighthearted, dark subject matter that we got from the Toad the Witch in the Wardrobe, Self Possessed, and Under Lock and Key.
yeah, yeah, definitely. I also have Gene and Scott relationship posted in my notes as well, so we're gonna get into that too to
Mm-hmm.
get more deep into the relationship. It's an Amara episode actually. It brings up Amara, uh, Magma. For those who are not no, Amara is Magma in this episode. Um, so the X-Men are taking a cruise vacation to what seems to be one of the Pacific Islands or Hawaii, the
The
Hawaiian
Caribbean.
Islands,
The
Caribbean.
Caribbean.
Thank you,
If you
thank you
run
for
into John
clarifying.
Depp.
uh, Not easy being on the ship with the idea of humans potentially watching them and looking at them, knowing who they are.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the
That's why
episode
they
where
said nobody use your powers because they don't know we're mutants. So this is a breath of fresh air for all of us. And what is Bobby doing? He's creating ice sculptures.
and he almost reenacted Titanic. And I hated Iceman almost in this episode because he should know better.
Yeah,
Of all,
exactly.
of all people, like I expected multiple men to pull some amateur snoot over this stuff, but Iceman, really?
Yeah. Oh, can we also talk about Storm's dress in this episode? She's wearing a dress that has clouds in it.
I don't remember that.
Yep, she's wearing a dress that has it's blue like a sky and there's clouds all over it. And I'm just laughing because I'm just like, okay, that's clever.
That's kind of cheesy, but I like I got to revisit that sometime later tonight. I'm gonna revisit that and laugh, have a good laugh. I did not notice that she was wearing something like that because she's usually wearing something very classy and
Mm-hmm.
you know just it. She wears something that's showing her age, but not in a patronizing way
No, 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 no.
or
It
a
shows that
condescending
she's
way.
yeah, like more something of a mature for a woman of her age.
Yeah, very. It's classy. Yes, it's it speaks Aurora. Like
Mm-hmm.
you thoroughly believe that is something Aurora will wear, unlike Ultimate X-Men. Yeah, about
Yeah, wow.
and it's a heck of a lot better than what they're putting her in most comic books nowadays. I can't say for sure. I'm projecting. I know I'm
They don't know
projecting,
what to do with
but
her.
I'm just saying I'm projecting, but I tend to avoid any current art of Storm in current Marvel because yeah.
But
Uh,
that's why
so
we're here. We're here to keep the old stuff alive.
so nothing really to say much about this episode other than Amara is evolving in her powers, so to speak,
Yeah.
quote unquote.
And it also shows like how certain X-Men powers are tied in not just to them as characters, but to the elements.
Your mic cut
Uh,
out, I think.
Magma doesn't like being on airplanes or on ships that are away from land. She's a very
Yeah, there we go.
land-based person.
She's basically a toff.
What I think
She's
is
out of her
cool about
element.
Bobby is that he doesn't like stuff like hot springs. He kind of just he's kind of more I'm sticking strictly to the colder weather.
Did you switch your mic?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. So I'm still on. I thought for a second I got logged off for a second.
Yeah, you sound like you were in the distance. Like
Hang on a sec. I'm thinking. Hang on. I'm thinking the connection here is bad.
technical difficulties, everyone. As usual, it's never perfect, but that's what brings out the fun in these streams. So yeah, like I said, I have nothing else to say other than that they got there's two dynamics that happen in this episode. One dynamic that happens in the cruise ship, and the other dynamic that happens on the island, where they get hated on in the cruise ship, and they get praised upon on the island for their deeds of protecting people from the volcano. Are you still there, Scooner? By the way. Uh-oh. Oh no. Are you still there, Scooner? Scoonertuna, everybody. He'll be back. And he's back, everybody.
Oh, here I am. Okay, I'm here. Hallelujah. I
So,
was like, what
so
was
did you
that?
catch? Did you catch all what I said just now, or do you need a repeat
It's
or
more.
recap?
I got what you were saying. The need to save people.
Okay, so like I said, there was a dynamic between the ship and the island. People hate them on the ship because of an excursion happened on the ship due to somebody's clumsiness. I forgot who it was, and then they get a
It
different
was Boom
dynamic
Boom. It was
with the
Boom
island.
Boom. It was Boom Boom who did
It
it
was
because there's this woman who's complaining, obviously a Karen, about all the services, and Boom Boom says,
Karen.
you know what, I've had enough of this, and she just flicks a little explosive device there, starts a fire, and the mutants have to use their powers to put it out. Thank you once again, Boom Boom.
Thank you, Boom Boom. You know, you did not need to come with this. You know that, right? You could have found, but no, you add yourself into it because you are apparently Amara's friend. Okay, that's fine. But will Amara be okay with your antics? Is what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, just you know
She
what?
re-
After Walk on the Wild Side, I'm just like, yeah, pretty much.
so yeah, she does redeem herself in the middle of this episode. She does show that she cares about her friend. She cares a lot about her friend. She knows Amara best of all than anybody else. So that her idea was to take Amara onto the island. Um, Gene and Scott. Now let's get into their relationship real quick. They decide to float off to the island
Yep.
together to get away from the
Mhm.
chaos. And the new mutants, along with Amara and Boom Boom, decide to go there because Amara needed help.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they're there to have fun, and Gene and Scott can never seem to get alone time because they're now. One thing we forgot to mention is that Scott and Gene are no longer students
Nope.
of the Xavier Institute. They're now established as new teachers, new
Oh no, no,
mentors.
no, no! That doesn't come till season 4. Currently, they're still attending Bayville.
Duh, I forgot.
Because because I remember the finale actually does. Yeah, because the finale features them graduating.
Okay, okay. Sorry about that.
No, it's a common mistake.
Yeah. Well, they're gearing up. Let's just say
Yeah,
they're gearing up to be the next teachers of in the future of the Xavier Institute. So they're trying to get again. We're trying to get more into their relationship. So they're trying to get a little low time to spend time with each other and really connect there on that level. Of course, Storm. The best part of this episode is Storm being pissed at everybody
Yep.
and how they signify her anguish. She comes across the ocean to the island on a storm cloud.
Yep.
And they look in the distance, they find her approaching, and you get that quick cut in plain view, centered
Mm-hmm.
on the screen. Her looking mad. And I'm like, bruh, if
Yep.
Storm
That
was
is the Weather Witch right there.
if Storm was a real life person, she will be the last person I want pissed at me. I'll be a good boy. I'm gonna stay on the ship. I, I will risk seasickness. If she told me to stay put on the ship, I'm gonna say, "Yo, I'm gonna stay here. I'd rather stay here and risk seasickness than to see you come after me on an island pissed. You are the last person I want to piss off." I mean, we got Wolverine, we got Jean, but Aurora, no. No. Mm-mm. I'm like Joker. But the IRS? No way, Jose.
Pretty
You
much,
got
yeah. That's basic. That's
that's one thing
basically
you
like,
gotta appreciate Batman the Animated Series, or in this case, New Batman Adventures. Of all the things the Joker is afraid of, the IRS.
oh yeah. In fact, actually, one of the things that endeared me to the Joker was when they were doing a Marvel DC crossover,
Right.
and Joker found out that Red Skull was a Nazi. And he
Oh
goes,
yeah.
wait a minute, you're a Nazi? And he goes, yes, does this bother you? And the Joker says, I may be a psychopathic murderer, but I am an American psychopathic murderer.
Yep. Oh man. Let's get on. Long story short, they just basically saved the island for what, the millionth time that they've already done it.
Yeah.
Basically, well, there was the threat of losing Amara. That there's like that big scare that where she jumps into the lot to the volcano, and basically just tell it to go to sleep. In other words, for
Yep.
lack of better words, and that really basically what it did is just made her at peace with her powers, basically. So
Mm-hmm.
there's not really much going on here other than it's an enjoyable watch. It's not my least
It's
favorite either.
definitely it's definitely one of the calm before the storm episodes. Pun intended.
So, and I'm just breezing through it because we're gonna get into our really our very beloved episode
Yes. Yes.
X-23, aptly titled. She's basically the character the title is based around. X-23.
In
Share me your
all her
thoughts.
glory in her debut episodes. In
Share
her
me your
debut.
thoughts. You being a child watching this episode, share me your thoughts. What did you? How did you feel about this episode? Because I never.
I was like going, holy smokes, this is just, I was like, holy smokes, this character is a force to be reckoned with. And not only that, she's my age.
Oh
Or
yeah,
not my age per se, but you know what I mean. Oh my gosh.
yeah. Your age at the time.
This is a kid doing this. And I'm just like, whoa. And then when I saw the claw on the foot, I'm just like, holy smoke!
Yep, yep.
That's terrifying. I was terrified of this character.
Dude, I was like, don't kill the dogs. Please don't kill the dogs.
No.
Yep. So I knew this episode was coming up, but I was not, because they did show some preview shots of this episode in commercials, and my first reaction was they showed a spot which we're gonna get into definitely in depth with. Wolverine confronts her and he says, "But you're a little girl. Don't ever call me a little girl." And she kicks him. She kicks him with the mightiest of kicks into a bookshelf.
Yep.
This little girl kicked Wolverine far away from where she's standing. I was like, oh boy, I can't wait to watch this episode. Bruh, when I saw that opening of that episode, I'm like, did the animation just get better all of a sudden?
Exactly, yeah, when she's sliding down the building.
That was the coolest shot ever.
Yeah.
That was, man, she just, and she looks like she could have been a Metal Gear character of all things. They had this whole, I didn't really show it on screen, but she has this mask on that gives her these goggles.
Yeah, I call those, see, I was spoiled. I saw Blade 2 before I saw that episode, so I was like, hey, Del Toro goggles.
Yeah, I thought the same team, Blade 2. Yeah, with the with Nisa and Assad, their little get up. But yeah, I was like I'm just saying, like looking at it now, it's like man, that reminds me of a freaking Psycho Mantis.
Yeah.
If Psycho Mantis was not a sidekick and a melee character.
Yeah, this is also Subversion done right, in my opinion, because you don't. She's a girl until like the middle of the episode.
Yeah, when Wolverine meets Nick Fury. Man, Nick Fury is getting a lot of attention this season, seems like.
Yeah, this is also where once again, this is more so less about the X-Men influence in the world and more of like the world of Marvel influencing the X-Men, because she was sent in to spy for Hydra, but once she found out who Wolverine was, she went rogue.
Yep, yep. Let's get into that backstory that they had in this episode.
Oh, before I forget, this is the moment I needed to remind myself, because remember when um,
Yep.
Logan is called in by Shield to talk about the intrusion,
Right.
and they revealed the Doctor. And if you look at the Doctor and X-23, there are similarities here. So I'm guessing she added her DNA into co-mixed it with Logan's, and that produced X-23.
Because they do mention that like they did in the story, the comic book version, that they could not seem to isolate the male chromosome to get an actual clone of Wolverine. So instead they went for the female chromosome to produce a clone of him, which I gotta say, Cat Cat joked about this about X-23's creation, like she find that whole notion kind of ludicrous. That's the only reason why they were able to get X-23, that they couldn't isolate the male chromosome, so they opted to give him. She called BS on that one.
And I'm going to steal a line from Linkara. Of course, don't you know anything about science?
Yep. So I was when she said that,
I was actually fine that it was. I was fine that it was a girl. Why? Because when you're watching the episode, you're not seeing a little girl. You are seeing something very, very dangerous, a force to be reckoned with. But it isn't until she speaks in this episode, at least for me, that you suddenly realize, wait, this is a person.
Yep. I was gonna say that day when she made that comment, I was like, hey, I'm not. I was gonna make a comment like, hey, I'm not complaining.
But I
mean, you're free to voice your opinion, Kat. Always. You're the night editor, of course. But I'm like, hey, from where I'm standing, I'm not complaining.
But even what I liked about the episode, because it's very clear that she was the scientist who cloned her was acted more like a mother, was quote unquote mother figure to her than an actual scientist. Because remember when X-23, during the training session while fighting the robot, she breaks into the control room. She bypasses the scientist completely and starts destroying the controls that are controlling the robot.
And let's not kid ourselves. She killed some people.
Oh, that scene where she's at the park. Yeah, she killed all those people in the park.
She had to.
Because, like she says, unexpected hostilities emerged because they were teaching her to blend in. But when she saw families and children and all of that, it was a reminder of everything that was denied to her. And I was just like, oh man.
Especially when she holds that toy. I'm like, yeah, you guys don't want to show it, but she definitely killed some people, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. I think she killed everybody in that park. That's why the Hydra agents had to take her away.
Yep.
But
that I'm pretty sure she killed a few soldiers, guards, scientists.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Considering what they were allowed to show in the comics, where her comics debuted, she mugged people's snoot up.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing that they added to the comics, which was I don't know if this was the right way to go, given with the current political. They would never get away with it today. But she started self-mutilating herself.
Yeah.
She would always cut her wrists. And
I thought you were going to bring up the fact that she was a prostitute at one point.
Oh, that was stupid. It was just like, okay.
That was unnecessary.
I think that's you trying too hard to be. That's a guy who's saying, hey, I can be hard and I can be edgy. Hey, I turned her into a prostitute. And I'm like, oh, you don't have it in you to know what dark and edgy is. You
I'm so
don't have
glad.
it in you.
I'm so glad people don't really know that
That
part.
was that was
No,
so stupid.
I'm pretty.
First, first
Go ahead.
off, two adamantium claws, and somebody after the life she lived, she turned into it. No, you better start writing an obituary for all of her clients.
Especially if they get too handsy.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, right there, this episode even shows how isolated she is from attachments. And although she wants attachment more than anything, you see how she's covering herself up in her clothing, like she doesn't want anybody to get close to her.
Yeah,
And yet she desperately yearns for it.
I'm so. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't get over that. Highly volatile, aggressive murderer, prostitute
Yeah, I can't.
with
Yeah,
with mental issues that cuts
mm-hmm.
herself.
Yeah.
Prostitute.
I think this episode, in the context of the show too, it's what you don't see that probably makes it all the more disturbing.
That's why I love it because
I
the
know.
moment they get to that backstory, like I said, I keep harping on that backstory. I'm like, bruh, she killed people, didn't she? And you're not
Yeah.
showing it, which is fine. I can
And
I'm cool with imagining the carnage she may have caused in that facility.
mm-hmm. But what I even love about the sequence too is when she's observing all of the X-Men in the mansion, and you're thinking like, and then she's having flashbacks of her life, and you're
Yeah.
thinking like, oh, she's in all this, and she's remembering her trauma and how she really secretly she yearns for everything that she's seeing in the X-Men house, only to later discover no, she was sizing all of them up to take them down.
Mm-hmm. And the way how she does it
And
is
oh my
freaking
god, yeah.
scary. This is this is the best slasher villain movie I've ever watched, quote unquote.
Yeah, the best slasher movie we never got, but what we all deserved.
She could have killed everybody in that mansion. She could
Yeah.
have killed. She could have killed Storm. She could have killed Xavier. She could have killed everybody. But she
Mm-hmm.
knocked them out instead. You know that if the censors wasn't so heavy on 90s cartoon back in the day, she'll be slicing them up at
Mm-hmm.
best. No, I'm telling you right now, none of them are going to walk out of that situation without scars or at least cut marks on their bodies. Period.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I like about this episode too is that when Xavier runs into Laura, the first thing he does before he walks into the room, he says Logan, which is meaning that he's sensing her memories. And I think most people are saying, oh, so she can think like Wolverine and trick him. No, he's sensing trauma, and it reminds him of Wolverine.
Yep.
That's why he says Logan. And then he goes, and fun little trivia here. He rolls into the room. She's leaning against a chessboard.
Oh yeah.
And there are, I think, 7 pieces on that chessboard. And one of them is definitely the king. If you watch the sequence closely, after she takes down Scott, Cannonball, Berserker, Cyclops, and then Rogue. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and then Rogue. Oh, and Bobby, Iceman. So those are
Right.
6 pieces, and there were 7 pieces on the chessboard. The last piece on the board was the king. So she takes down the 6 pieces, and the king is Logan.
Nice.
That's a fun little bit of trivia, but yeah, this was actually this. I love this episode so much.
There's also there's 2 phases to how she operates too.
Mm-hmm.
There's the one part how she operates incognito, or at least in subterfuge. I keep bringing up subterfuge throughout this whole series, and that's somebody must have been a spy or at least a scout working in the military, because this is some meticulous stuff, or at least they study subterfuge so closely that there's some really good working and animating subterfuge, because she starts off by taking them out silently, right?
Yeah.
But when she's compromised, you can see how effective she is when she has to fight her way out of certain things. So for the majority of the infiltration, she's knocking people out with the devices on their foreheads. But then when you get to characters that are awake and they at least alert now to her presence, that's where she gets on the attack, and she goes to town and does disable one, and basically it was all up
She
to
doesn't give them an inch. She gives them no
yeah,
inch. It's quick takedown.
because I could have sworn it was down to Cyclops and Wolverine after Xavier was taken down, and
Well, it was,
they tried to.
no, it was Xavier's taken down. Then it was Cyclops, Berserker, and Rogue, and it was
Okay, there we go. All
very
three of them.
creative. Yeah, very creative. What she does is she cuts the floor out of Wolverine when he comes back, and he falls to the basement, and she takes down the other 3 X-Men.
There we go. Gotcha.
Oh, and she does it in the worst way imaginable. Now she doesn't know Rogue's backstory, and she's fully recovering from what happened to her and self-possessed. But she rips the sleeve off of Rogue and just shoves her right into Cyclops and Berserker. And I'm like, oh man.
Basically, just pull her pants down and shove her into an open crowd.
Oh yeah, yeah. But this leads into perhaps one of the best animated sequences.
Yeah, the fight between her and Wolverine.
Yeah, it's not really much of a fight because Wolverine isn't really fighting her. He's not trying to fight her. She, on the other hand, she's trying to kill him.
Yeah. And then we get to the final scene, which is really heartbreaking. Just
I know,
her
he goes,
breaking.
I found out. Yeah, he goes, I found out what happened. Nobody should ever go through that, especially a child. And her first line ever in the entire episode is, "I am not a child," and just starts attacking him. And we finally see everything that's driving her. Much like Wolverine, it's sheer rage. Because she says, everything that I am is because of you. And then you got that whole backstory and how she suffered and how that trauma is still there. And she's trying to pin it all on Wolverine, saying it's your fault.
Dude, what is with this series and troubled girls?
Yeah, I know. I can't answer that question. Anybody on the chat want to answer that question? I can't.
That's like a recurring theme here. Like in the first season, you got Rogue. Second season, you got Jean. Well, no, I take that back. You got Rogue. You got Kitty. You got in the second season, you got Jean. You got Rogue again. You got Wanda.
Yeah.
This season, you got Rogue again. And now Wanda, and now X-23, and Amara. Amara got off easy though. Amara got off easy, but it's like there's so many women in here that got some trouble backstory. And I'm like, what is with this series with trouble women?
I mean, some of the guys too have some horrible backstories. Cyclops, what is it? Wolverine. Let's see. Not Hank McCoy. Colossus has got some baggage.
I think that we're going to cover that in the last season, right?
Yeah, but
him and Wolverine has this connection.
This standout moment for me is when Wolverine takes his claws out and shows her, and he says, "I've been hurt just like you. I am the only person who can understand you, and I am the closest thing you got to family." And she starts crying, going, "No, I can't have a family. I can't." And he tells her, "Don't deny your feelings anymore. Just let it out." And it was so adorable. She just retracts her claws and goes over and hugs him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that hit.
So what did you think about her running away?
I think they could have done that a little better, but they're trying to fit it into the new status quo of the episode, of the series, because
they weren't ready to bring her out just yet.
No, and it's a shame too because if they knew then what they knew now, she was the breakout character of the show. I
Of
mean,
course, just like Harley Quinn
Harley Quinn.
and Renee Montoya.
Yeah,
That's not,
Harley Quinn. Well, oh my gosh, you're right, Renee Montoya. I completely forgot about that.
yeah, she's a Canadian immigrant too. She got brought into the comics after the show.
Yeah,
she's boss though. Renee Montoya's boss.
This is diversity and representation done right. Because first and first, they introduce her as a detective. They show a personality to this character, and then only later and then they give her this whole great arc in the comic book.
Yeah, definitely. So that was X-23. We've done our gushing now. Now we gotta gush some more with the last and penultimate episode, Dark Horizon.
Yep.
Whoo, boy.
This finally leads into the best arc of the show. This is the standout arc in my opinion.
What to say other than this is one from where I stood.
Thought Day of Reckoning was it was like, okay,
the heavy hitter.
A heavy hitter. This just took it all, like basically saying, hold my drink.
Yep. Oh my goodness, man. It's like the buildup of Apocalypse was just perfect. Mm-hmm. I don't use that word. I use that word loosely sometimes, but man, of all people they use to set up the events, Rogue.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mesmero seems to know his way around the ladies.
He had
Jean.
Mm-hmm.
He had Key. I mean, granted, he also had Nightcrawler and Spike. No, Nightcrawler. No, Beast. We'll talk about that later. He knows the way around minds.
Yeah.
He knows the way around minds.
He's also got an interest around kids. Freak.
Yep. So it starts with Rogue taking the powers, or at least the essence of each the X-Men, the Brotherhood, and the Acolytes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will say this. To be honest, how she got the Acolytes is the best one out of all three of the sequences. The way how she did that. Because the Acolytes are working round the clock, building something, or building some things, or moving some things around.
I think
round the clock.
I think they're in a warehouse. I think they're stealing supplies.
Right. And she's just there she's just passing through.
Yep.
But she just basically walk all over them.
Yeah.
How she? I know I should go this step by step with the beginning of how she got the X-Men, but that was a cakewalk. Everybody was asleep at that time.
It's just everybody's asleep. She's walking into all their rooms one by one, and Kitty sees what Rogue did, but then you're like wondering, wait a minute, why is nobody talking about this the next day?
Yeah.
I love how everybody is slept in and everybody's making breakfast. This is so cool how the X-Men and the New Mutants are all working together in the kitchen and all this stuff. Oh, this episode also has Rogue's best attire.
Yes, it definitely does.
Do you want to say it or should I?
You say it.
Oh, it's not what you think. It's the towel.
Tell me. Oh. Oh.
Yes.
I forgot she was in a towel in this one.
Because she's in the bathroom wiping the fog off of the mirror, and she's like wondering, oh, what's happening? I feel, more brooding than usual.
Yeah. I forgot how she got the Brotherhood.
Yep. She got the Brotherhood.
I think
okay, first off, can I just say that the flips that she did inside the Brotherhood house were completely unnecessary?
Because it definitely was.
Blob is just sitting on the couch. She's doing all these flips. He doesn't even move. I have expected Blob just to say, okay.
Yeah, she does a lot of unnecessary moves when she confronts the Brotherhood to take their powers.
But Toad has the best
Especially,
line. He says, "Oh, I hate this part."
yeah, I think somebody answered the front door and they get touched first. I forgot who it was.
Yeah, the door. Yeah, there's a doorbell and the door opens and Scarlet Witch goes to the front door. There's nobody there. Suddenly, she's levitated up in the air and she looks up, and before she can even react, Rogue touches her face.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, yeah. Obviously she has to be taken out first because she's more powerful than any of them. Of course, Toad cakewalk. I think she was playing with her food with him.
No, Toad surprisingly was the last one. That's what shocked me because she got Scarlet Witch, then she got Lance. Then Quicksilver sees Rogue, tries to run, but she uses Jean's telekinesis to pick him up and then touch him. She gets Blob, and Toad actually is jumping all around. She has to keep disappearing and disappearing. So she has him cornered, and that's when she touches him, and he goes, "Oh, I hate this part."
Yep, he's basically pulling a Wazzinator again.
Mm-hmm.
But let's get into how she gets the acolytes. Now, this was amazing. So, who should get first?
Colossus.
In this sequence?
While he's holding up a box, which drops right on top of him.
Yeah. And then, who she get next?
Sabretooth, because when the box falls on top of him, she breaks open the box and drags Colossus out. That's when Sabretooth pounces. He tackles her to the ground, and he's about to lay a fist, but instead she gets Colossus's power and grabs his fist and then absorbs his power.
Right. And then that's when Pyro tries to burn her.
Yep.
In the most Terminator-y fashion ever, she walks through that.
That was a total nod to Terminator.
And she touches him too, by the face. By the face.
Mm-hmm.
She must have got his nose with the bottom palm of her hand.
It's got because
there was no. It's like there's some tomfoolery there because I'm like there's no what like either her fingers are so either she can be able to sift her fingertips through his hair or the bottom part of her palm touched his forehead, touch his nose, and that counts. At least that counts for something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, like that. But let's not forget how she got Remy
Gambit, which is actually what I love about that sequence is that it's a callback to when Rogue first met Gambit.
Yeah.
She first sees him and she's enamored, and he hands her a card. This sequence, she gets the better of him and pulls him into a kiss.
Yep, and he gets done. Now, last but not least, she got Magneto.
Yeah, Magneto. I love he's walking out like a boss, and he sees all the accolades down, and he already knows who it is. He goes, "Rogue, where are you?" And then he stops. Yeah, exactly. He stops right at the foot of Remy. He's Gambit. He's down, and he's looking around. He sees the other accolades, and he's calling, "Rogue, where are you?" And then he notices Gambit on the other side of the room, and he's saying, "Wait, if that's my Gambit, then that means, oh, no!" And she gets right up and tries to grab his face.
Yep.
And she gets him.
Smart.
Yep. And
very smart.
Yeah, exactly. And then she goes and rejoins the X-Men at graduation, which is good. The little B plot is the X-Men are walking the hallways of Bayville. Jean and Scott are like saying, can you believe it? We're finally graduating. We're leaving this place. And Scott's like, yeah, good riddance.
That's basically everybody's reaction when graduation hit in high school. It's like, finally, we're leaving the prison.
Yeah. Oh, you think that was bad? Wait till you get to the real world.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
come on, tell me a scary story. All right, I'll tell you the scary story about the time of the 4-year university. That doesn't sound scary.
mm-hmm.
Oh, just wait till it happens too.
And student debt.
Oh Lord, the debt. I still have the nightmare.
What did you say?
I still have the nightmare.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. So getting back to the lighter side of things.
Oh, it's not gonna get any lighter than that, cause then we got
take this.
Magneto. You want to take this one?
I'm saying I'll take fiction over real life. That's why I'm saying. So,
Yeah.
but
I'm saying like what happens at like during graduation, Magneto and his acolytes shows up to take Rogue.
Yep, they're basically, and this once again, Kelly comes up there. He's kind of acting real like a real butthead because he's mentioning you'll look next to you and you'll see that certain students have certain advantages over you, but don't despair. Don't let that dissuade you. You keep pushing forward and you can make it. And then he goes, and oh no. And Magneto's just walking right in, no subtlety, with all the accolades, and he's telling everybody get out of here now, stay out of my way.
Mm-hmm.
And
he has a point though about the whole certain advantages over you.
Yeah.
But he also raises a very optimistic point as well.
Yeah.
Tackle it. Tackle the obstacle.
Exactly.
Rise to the occasion.
Exactly.
Meet them halfway if you have to.
It's basically, I always took it as, what is it? Don't waste your time on jealousy, because in this world, sometimes you're ahead, sometimes you're behind. The race is long, and in the end, it's only with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's Everybody's Free to Wear Sunscreen, by the way. Nobody quote me on that. I love that song. Yeah, so Rogue tries to, like, in the chaos, Rogue tries to subtly duck away, but Quicksilver's like, nope, and throws her right in front of Magneto. Magneto levitates all of those chairs in front of him. And I love Scott's line. Scott's line is like, and there goes graduation.
Oh man. This
and
show
it's
has
totally like, he goes, the girl is under Mesmero's control, Charles. And they're like going, well, wait a minute, she took all of our powers. And he's like, how did she take all of our powers? We have no memories of this. And he says, obviously she used Mesmero's your mind control to wipe all of our minds. And they say, well, then how do you still have your memories, Magneto? Surveillance cameras. I got surveillance cameras.
Duh.
Yeah, and Rogue just basically like, well, yeah, and then she just goes, well, then forget the formalities. She just turns off the power and flies off.
Yep. Just get up out of there.
Yep.
Of course, we get to the final part of this episode, the tomb.
Yep. They're busy.
Wait a minute, hang on. Isn't Dark Horizon a two-parter?
Yep, Dark Horizon is a two-parter. They decide that they got to go to Egypt to see if that's where Apocalypse is entombed. So they go to Egypt. Wolverine, Sabretooth, and Gambit are tracking Rogue, whereas the rest of the X-Men are trying to go to Egypt to figure out more about Apocalypse. They learn his backstory, and then they
by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Wolverine and Sabretooth are like looking
like peas in the pot.
They are itching to try to rip the other one apart.
Mm-hmm.
And I love Gambit. He's like going, wow, this should be interesting.
He actually put his foot down on them. In that instance. He really put his foot down on that notion. It's like, hey, get y'all snoots together and let's get on it and get this girl.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like,
I love it because this is when they go to Egypt and the statues come to life. I felt like I'm watching an episode of The Mummy, and I love it.
Yeah, you know what? This does predate the Mummy animated show.
Yeah.
that came about in 2004 or 5, I think.
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
I
It was
watched
like
it. I liked
how can you
it. It was
top
cool.
how can you top the movie with a TV show?
It was cool. It has moments.
Yeah.
Alex was not annoying. He was not annoying this in the he's not as annoying as he is in the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor adult Alex.
Yeah.
He's a lot handled and balanced in the series. Uh the only problem is that it falls apart because you know how the movie ends, and
Mhm.
there's no way that this show could effectively work knowing full well that Emotep technically dies at the end of
Yeah.
the first movie,
Yeah.
or rather, it's the Arcanos still fighting Emotep,
Yeah.
and Emotep is only after one thing: the Monocle of Osiris, and
Yeah.
Alex has it on his
It
arm,
doesn't.
not the Scorpion King bracelet this time around. And
No.
apparently, it fires a laser to repel Emotep from taking it. So
Interesting.
that's the only thing that's holding it back. It's weird. It's weird like that because your nostalgia goggles are still on when you watch this show,
Yeah.
and especially this came after the heels of the sequel,
Yeah.
and Alex is like the primary target still, but it's got a little bit of globetrotting going on with it, and it introduced supernatural stuff that's outside of Egypt as well. So it has its moments. It has its
But
moments.
bring it back to X-Men Evolution. What I love
Speaking
about the
of, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there. Speaking of the statues,
yeah.
another animation spike
Yep.
got better. The
Mhm.
lighting, the
Yep.
animated movements, so beautiful,
Yep.
so beautifully done. Sorry,
And I love
continue
how
what you were going to say.
I like how the statues are a subtle callback to the not Mag to Apocalypse's Four Horsemen, because there are
Yes,
four statues and they're pretty much the guardians of his treasures. And
heck,
what I love about this episode is that Magneto is like his Magneto's like going, he will not be summoned. I will stop him.
hell bent.
Mesmero will not succeed.
He is hell bent on
Yep.
remain top dog on the food chain. Uh,
Yep.
I will say this: the statues lasted way longer than them Sentinels.
Yep, they did. So and they predate the Sentinels. So it's also really it's I kind of think it's kind of cool that throughout the show, very subtly, like there are subtle echoes of the Egyptian, or it's like saying that Egypt was the origin of mutants because Kitty had the pyramid head and all those very subtle things. Like you have Sentinels, but they're named after the great guardians. I believe their origins are in Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Think yeah. So it's kind of like how history echoes itself throughout time, and I think that's cool.
Before we cap off this episode and cap off this stream, I'm going to go through the comments real quick
Oh yeah, sure.
before we forget. I like Brian Gilmartin's joke for when you cut out.
Mm-hmm.
We're expecting technical difficulties. Please stand by. He also makes a comment about our talk about a pissed off Storm in cruise control. He says Storm be like, so you have chosen death. Doggo Halliburton is taking over the majority of this chat, so we're gonna go through his chats. If with his comment with about X-23, I do love how S23 became the breakout character of this whole show. Yep,
Yeah.
she very stands out. Said he also stated that her intro is awesome.
Yep.
He also talks about he liked how I'm not sure if is it he or she, but I'm just gonna assume the gender here. I like how they worked it into Logan where her mother ran up and saw her slicing herself with her claws and they instantly healed up. Yep.
Yeah, that
Especially
was hard That was hard to watch.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you know that happens
Yeah,
in the comics. She's done it multiple times in the comics, but to see
yeah.
it done, and kudos to the actress that acted that scene out. She's a little
Hmm.
girl at that time, but kudos to her. I hope she go places. If
Oh,
not acting, just go places, little girl. If you ever catch this, Daphne is her name, I think. But if you
yeah,
catch this stream, I hope you go places. If not acting, somewhere. You got the greatness in you. That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Just
And
bring it
don't just
out.
limit her
Just
comic book. You can definitely do dramatic stage plays and theater. Her acting is very versatile. Versatile.
mm-hmm.
And the fact
Gargoyle.
that at a young age she did not even she spoke Spanish. At that age she could speak Spanish and perfect English. In the movie
And she
she plays it as broken English, but that no, she can speak perfect English.
Yep, I heard her. She also snuck in some cuss words too when
Yeah.
they did that they did that practice little thing. Her and Hugh Jackman.
Yep.
Uh, that's that. When I saw that video footage, I flinched when he cussed at her. I was like, oh my goodness, that
Yeah,
almost
like
sounds too real, man.
he's telling her. Yeah, when he's yelling at her, telling her to shut up, and then he says, "Shut the f up," and I'm like, "Oh,
It's it's a whole different ballpark when you watch it in the movie, but like to see it like that, like oh,
He
it's
actually
like
is
bruh,
because he says to the mom who was because the mom had to be on the set. It's basically Hollywood laws, or it's no, you know what? It's not even
yeah, it's
Hollywood.
have to
It's
be
just genuine laws. Um,
yeah,
he
common
tells the mom
sense.
that that he's sorry that he had to curse in front of her, and she's saying, "Oh no, don't worry about it. She was cursing at you in Spanish."
Oh right, he says he loved how she eventually broke down and hugged him. Uh, Also in the media to comic subject, there's one with manga about how Bardock was made canon by Akira Toriyama. I don't know what the context there is. Dark Horizon has me on the edge of my seat when I first saw this, and I watched almost all of season 4 because of it.
Yeah, pretty much,
Huh.
yeah.
So yeah, I like how it shows her as a vulnerable juggernaut when she doesn't get in her own way.
Yeah.
Don't know who they're talking about there. Probably Rogue.
Yeah.
Actually, really like that pink shortless cardigan from season 4. Me too.
Mm-hmm.
Says poor Toe. Only the 2000 movie was kind to the guy. Apparently
Yeah.
not, because that dude got electrocuted.
Yeah, but he was a force to be reckoned. First off, he's played by the guy who was Darth Maul. So,
True.
and you know what? He was able to take down most of the core X-Men.
Yep. He also says, to be honest, I was a little sad about graduating. Then again, I like my high school years. Well, don't stay there too long, dude. Don't stay there too long.
Don't live in high school.
Yeah, like most of these freaking modern writers do.
Yeah.
He says it's a superhero story. Graduation never goes smoothly. Just watch Smallville.
Oh, right about that. Almost all of the stories that take place in high school, like most of the drama or even the superhero genre, there's always something that goes wrong during graduation.
Says McNeil, paranoia pays off. That is so true. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into the reason why soon enough once we get through the comments. We're pretty much almost there. He says, I'm also thinking of Stargate as I'm thinking of this episode. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, there are a lot of Stargate echoes in these two episodes.
He says, so they turn Emotep to Mara.
Oh,
Yeah, you can say that.
when you were talking about the Mummy Secrets of the Magi.
Yeah. This is for Daphne Keene, I think her name is Daphne Keene. Says that she's also something of a gymnast from what I saw. Yep.
Did you see
I think she
that movie?
Huh?
Did you see how flexible she was in Logan? I'm like, holy smoke.
A combination of her doing her own stunts, but I believe there was also a stunt double as well at play because there's footage of some little girl doing a little spar session with a sword, and she's doing all these acrobatic moves. I don't think that was Daphne King. I think that was the stunt double that they used for Daphne King for the more complex movements that they want X-23 to do. Whereas I know Daphne King has probably put in a bit of her gymnast work into some other shots, because you know that, like, even if some people are doing their own stunts, there is somebody else that's doing something else to do the more complex stuff. Like,
Yeah,
I had to
only
bring this up.
a handful of actors actually do their own stunts.
Yeah, I had to bring him up, but Chadwick Boseman had a stunt double too, and the stunt double is he makes a guest appearance on Cordell Crew's Stuntman Watch
Oh,
videos. So
that's pretty
he's the
awesome.
one that's. So when you see Black Panther doing those complex flips and those complex flip kicks, that's somebody else, not Chadwick.
Holy,
Chadwick does do some of his stunts, like as far as like when you need him to punch, kick, and all that stuff. But when
yeah,
you need him to do like complex flips, that's somebody else.
yeah.
If you need him to jump down from a building, that's somebody else. Same thing with Falcon, Anthony Mackie. There there's him doing the close-up shots sometimes, or stuff like that. But there's also somebody else doing complex flip and twists and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a
You know,
little side
it's kind of
trivia
cool.
there.
Yeah,
That's
just adding on to your side trivia, I thought it was kind of cool how they brought in all of the stunt people for Captain America: Civil War.
oh
All of
yeah.
those, all of those enhanced soldiers that they thought Zemo was going after are all the stunt doubles.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Those are all the stunt doubles who have, yeah, and it's apparently it was I don't know whose idea it was. I think it was either the Russo's brothers or something like that, but everybody was on board in that. In fact, they wanted to make sure that they gave them extra screen time so everybody could see their faces and who they were, because they're
Yeah.
like, oh, these are the real heroes here.
Yep. And they died like real heroes. Zemo popped a two in their brains.
While they were sleeping.
So yeah, that was their send off. And
Yeah.
I need to own Civil War at some point, physical copy. I need to own all. I basically need to own all the Captain America movies
Yeah.
by the
Yeah.
year's end.
Of
So
all the
let's.
of all the trilogies, the Captain America trilogy is the one that really was good from first to last.
Yeah.
I mean,
Iron Man.
the
Iron
Iron
Man's decent.
and Thor movies kind of walked varying degrees of success, and the less I say about Guardians 2, the better.
Oh, you're between you and me, you're the only one who didn't like Guardians 2.
Yeah,
I didn't mind it. I
but
mean,
that's another stream.
how could you not like a tall golden lady?
Okay, it was not. See, here's the thing. I didn't like Guardians 2 because I think it suffered from a little over indulgence of Marvel. Guardians
There we
2 is less about, the Guardians and their own self-contained story. Guardians 2 is like, okay, so how much Marvel junk can we just jump into this movie? And that was kind of the problem I had with Iron Man 2.
Right. That's that argument I can actually agree with. Like I said, I still love it all the same, but I can see from you, I can see everybody's point there. Some people have their own reasons why they don't like it, but from you, that is a really good argument. I like that.
Because that was the problem that I had with Iron Man 2. It's because the first movie and even the first Guardians movie, it's like, okay, more so Iron Man, though. Iron Man is like, okay, how can we fit Iron Man into the real world as best as we can? Iron Man 2 goes full on into, okay, this is a Marvel universe, no matter what we're doing.
Oop, I missed a comment from Doggo. He says he loved the origin of En Sabanur in this episode. So it was I think it was in this episode where we actually got into the in-depth history of Apocalypse, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So we already covered that. We already talked about that. That was a cool sequence. That's not really the top origin story for Apocalypse, That's one way of talking the story, the origin story of Apocalypse.
It's definitely
But
one of the
it's yeah, it's one of the better ones. What well written.
best. Hmm.
Uh, so we already covered about the statues. They finally beat them. Took them a while because they were trouble. They were
Yep,
really trouble. Um,
exactly. And then they discover the Eye of Ages, Apocalypse's technology, but they find out Apocalypse, this is not his resting place. And they're like going, oh, smoke.
yeah.
Oh, smokes. We need to find this resting place right now. And Logan contacts them and says, yeah, he's in Tibet. He's sealed in Tibet. We're here right now, but Mesmero has beaten us to it. And they're like, going, well, how are we going to get to Tibet? And Charles Xavier looks inside the Eye of Ages, and it's a Cerebro unit. And he's like, going,
Yeah.
I think I can use this. I think I can use this. So he starts mastering it, and at the same time, Beast, no, not Beast, Sabretooth, Gambit, and Wolverine are chasing down Mesmero, who's already inside the tomb with Mystique. It turns out Mystique has been helping Mesmero.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, what? And
Also, this is the episode where Mystique kind of meets her end.
Yep, this is where her story comes full circle. Mesmero basically says, okay, now you are the final team, Mystique, because of your shape-shifting abilities. You must shape-shift the door. I don't really know what the combat. I don't know exactly what in the context that's supposed to work. But she's like going, fine. She goes through the door and she puts her hand on the seal, and the door opens, and she turns to stone.
Yep. And it's horrifying to look at because she can't take her hand off. She tries her best. She doesn't even think to cut it off. Actually,
nope.
She couldn't. How could she?
She can't. There were no sharp objects around.
Until we get into the next season. Yeah, we'll cover that also. I'll have to remember that to bring that up.
And,
but yeah,
so right when the doors open, Mesmero tells Rogue to go inside, and that's when Sabretooth, Wolverine, and Gambit show up, and Mesmero puts up a good fight.
Yeah, he does. Surprisingly, considering all that we've seen them do.
Series. Yeah, he's always running and retreating. No, he stands and fights this time, and he does a pretty good job. And it's actually, he takes down Wolverine and Sabretooth, and it isn't until Gambit actually does him in.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that.
Making me want to rewatch it again.
The moment, because I love it when Rogue is going down to the tomb, you see Apocalypse just lying there and his eyes open. It's looking as if
that's so scary.
Yeah, his eyes open, and his eyes look at Rogue, and you're thinking like Rogue's got to approach him and put her hand on him, all that kind of stuff. But once Mesmero is taken down, Wolverine goes running into the tomb. Rogue finally gets her bearings, like what's going on, and surprisingly, Apocalypse reaches out and grabs her, and he starts absorbing all the power she has.
Yeah,
he looks like a rotting corpse that glows.
Yeah,
that's like what's terrifying.
Like a straight up raisin, and then we have the moment.
Yep,
we have the moment.
He has all the power, and then Wolverine catches her, and right at that moment, the X-Men and everybody in the Eye of Ages arrives, and he floats out of his tomb.
And this, let me describe this. Let me take over real quick.
Yeah, you go right ahead. You describe this moment.
So, me and my brother was watching this episode together.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment the music just swell in the background, it's got this very Egyptian beat going on in the background, and like he floats right up to it. There's just no words, no sound for our heroes and reluctant villain duo. It's just a music that just overtakes everything. They approach him. They're about to charge into him. They're ready to fight him, and it's all in slow mo. It's the poorest slow mo for its time. but it still has effectiveness.
It has the
And
impact in this episode, in my opinion.
so he raises his hands and he literally claps and sends a shockwave, knocking everybody out of his way,
Mm-hmm.
knocking them down. Just put them on the ground. None of them got back up except for Magneto. And
Yep.
then
I love
of
that
course,
because
the,
and then he bypasses all of them completely. Even Mesmero,
yep,
he leaves Mesmero behind.
yep. But
The
Mesmero
guy
don't care. He don't. I don't think
no,
Mesmero cared because
no,
he
Mesmero
fulfilled
is knocked
his
unconscious, so
yeah
he just leaves Mesmero behind, and he goes right into the Eye of Ages. It's basically he's like saying, "Thanks for bringing my ride."
yeah. And then
And
Magneto tries to stop him.
he gets into the Eye of Ages, and he's about to depart, but Magneto gets up and tries to stop him, and then he just flicks
He's
him
like
away.
he's like excuse me for what I'm gonna say. He's like, bitch, please let go of my ride. Boom.
Yep.
Just
Yep.
points his fist at him and just boom, just
Mm-hmm.
knocks him out for good. And then complete silence. The music is still going, and he disappears. And this is way before.
And Magneto just says, "We failed," and Xavier goes, "Yes, I fear the true fight is just beginning." And the series ends.
And let me say this: this was the kind of ending that we got before Infinity War.
Yeah. Yeah.
Before,
You know what? You're right.
for anybody who has made it this far into the stream, this cliffhanger ending was way before Infinity War. We had, in fact, even before this kind of cliffhanger ending, we had things that happened in Gargoyles that was ended on the cliffhanger. We had shows that ended on a cliffhanger just like this. Like I bring up Gargoyles, I bring up Mighty Max.
Yes.
Mighty Max had that penultimate 5-part, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know what season it is, but obviously the final season because they didn't make no season after that.
No, that's a tragedy.
It was a tragedy. What was another show that had something like that?
Sonic the Hedgehog, that AM, as they call it.
That one. Godzilla, the animated series, has something like that too.
Yeah.
With this 3-parters and parters. Power Rangers.
Yep.
Power Rangers is the
terror of
epitome.
the Green Ranger.
Yeah, the Green with Evil 5-parter.
Yeah.
I'm talking about when it ended, when a season ended on a downer note, a downer cliffhanger, which I bring up season 3 of Power Rangers when they destroyed the coins, the power coins.
Yeah.
Before we transitioned to Zeo, and that's when like right after they lost the Commander as well. First they lost the coins. No, first they lost the Zords, then they lost the coins, and then they lost the Commander, and then we transitioned to Zeo, which that could be a whole another renewal stream because I know I talked about the Power Rangers a few times.
Yeah,
I did. But yeah, like guys, what Infinity War did is still amazing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not devaluing what Infinity War did. What we're trying to say is, as much as of an impact it left us, that is nothing new. It just renewed our interest in endings like this. It really reinvigorate what Infinity War did was reinvigorate what it felt like to watch our heroes lose in the most horrific ways and even the most epic ways, but at the same time you can see why they lost, why they failed. Just my goodness.
exactly.
Those were the times,
right
man.
after, I know. It's like there are few endings that really make you feel truly breathless. And you're like going, wait, no, this can't be the end. We need more. I want more.
Yep.
You're like, oh my, it's like holy smokes! Oh my gosh, I can't wait for the next episode. What the heck is going to happen?
And me and my brother, when we saw him clap his hands, we were like, "Dang, dang,
Right at
dang!"
this moment.
We said that 3 times. We looked at each other like, "Dang!" Even after the episode was done, we said, "Dang!" That was he went. This was before we even said that. He went hard. Like that was tight. Like we had the old lingo.
Yeah.
Like man,
it's so like he already sets himself up. I am on a whole other level than you guys.
They
you guys,
knew.
Yeah.
They knew what they were doing with Apocalypse. When they brought up Apocalypse in the second season, and then they kept bringing them up in this season, and it boiled down to this final episode. They delivered big time.
Exactly. And what you're thinking of, okay, you can't possibly top this. Well, we'll get to that when we get to season 4. Okay? Because say what you will about the subsequent in-between episodes, the Apocalypse arc is done right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's read into Doggo's final comments, and we'll shut down the stream.
Yeah.
So Doggo says, "I love how he was cadaverously thin, and then he DJ ages to a young man, so he absorbs Rogue's energy." Yeah, that was emo tent levels of young.
Exactly. See, whenever they're going to do, I was hoping they'd do this for the Apocalypse movie, and they're not, and I was let down because they don't make the Apocalypse. Oh my! The less
we'll get into that when we get to the movies. We'll definitely get into that when we get to the movies.
Yeah. Okay.
Speaking of which, do you want to do 3 movies a stream?
3 movies.
3 movies a stream. Yeah, basically.
I don't know. You want to? Let's do 2. 2. Wait, how many movies are there? There's 7 movies. 2, 4, 6. Like, are there 7 or 8 movies?
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Apocalypse, Dark Theme. Oh, yeah. So there's 7 movies.
Okay.
So we can do 2, 4, 6, and we'll have 1 left over.
Yeah, let's say that last one.
Yeah, because that's the one that's we're probably going to have the most to say.
Yeah, Dark Phoenix. Anyways, Doggo says this secret freaked me the heck out when he just floated around and everyone was blown back with Apocalypse barely even doing anything. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
He also adds to what we talk about when it comes to downer cliffhangers. Says best of both worlds from Next Gen is also a cliffhanger. Yep.
Yeah, that was really good.
So yeah, season 3 was like the height.
Yeah.
Of their storytelling.
Uh-huh.
And with that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for those who did show up and those who did contribute, and thank you for your comments, by the way. It's been a blast talking about X-Men Evolution with somebody, actually. And I thought I was going to solo this for the rest of the streams, but it's a pleasure to have a wingman by your side now. Thank you for being with me again, Scooner, and let's hope for next week.
Yep.
So next week will be
next Tuesday. From happening, but so far everything looks kosher.
So let's go over what's going to be happening this entire week, and we'll move on to what's going on next week. So later on today will be Professor Geek. I think he's continuing the book study on Prince Caspian with Big Al. Tomorrow will be Green Lion Girl's stream of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think she's now moving on to Final Fantasy Remake. Next to her is Songs with Birdman with Big Al maybe and Daniel Herron. Thursday will be me and the Lady of Valor talking about pandering in the media. She has a lot to say and a lot to get on her chest, and hope to see you guys there. Later on that day will be the Bible study with Catholic Bible Geek, but also another book study as well with Big Al. Hopefully this time Big Al will have better connection, or at least not deal with any connection issues on his end. It will be their book study with Kenobi. Friday is me and Troy, H Boomer, and Mr. Matchstick. We'll be talking about good things to check out that are not hit by the woke SJW writing and mindset. So tune into that. Myself will be along for the ride there. I believe the professor is still streaming his KOTOR video game streams that day as well. I'm not sure if Green Line Girl is going to stream OG Final Fantasy 7 though, as well, early in the daytime. I mean, I believe Fan Man might be doing some other stuff as well on the side. You guys like his stuff, subscribe and hit that bell to keep track of his stuff. Excuse me. Saturday is Mapacelli's rewatch of 300 of all movies. Mapacelli is rewatching 300. That's going to be interesting. I can't wait to be there. I want to be there. Are you going to be there?
I'm going to try. I'm going to give it a try.
And I don't mean. Go ahead.
It's not that I wasn't surprised about 300. I was more so along the lines of, I thought that was something that was going to happen down the line.
Yeah, but no disrespect to Mapacelli, but that was unexpected that she chose that one. I mean, that's not to say that Mapacelli is not the type of person that's not going to watch stuff, like of that caliber. What I'm saying is she's a wholesome lady, and you tend to forget.
Yeah.
You tend to forget that she can enjoy some wild stuff too at times.
It's just more so along the lines of, we're nerds.
Mm-hmm.
It's just,
Of course, she's also with Troy, so who knows what else they get up to together as well. So, but good on her to try that one for a rewatch.
What's the word? It's like what is it? Well, we always like something that is quote unquote seemingly out of character, and I'm using air quotes on that, out of character.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like poetry. It just rhymes.
Exactly.
Sunday will be me and Owen Lister. We're back at it again. There's no rewatch this time on Saturday. It's still a WCR, but we'll be talking Guyver. And that will be around 8 o'clock Eastern time for anybody who's in the East. So something's happening on my end this Sunday. Later on, or at least sharing the same slot with us is Study Hall with H Boomer and Troy Pacelli. Later on, after that, will be me and Matchstick doing a We Watch. I'm not sure what we're doing this Sunday, but we are doing a We Watch that day. And Monday will be Sound Engraver's Monday Night Muse. I thoroughly enjoyed her Monday Night Muse yesterday. Very, very informative. Very, very, very eye-opening to what they're doing with these trailers. Definitely.
It's terrible. I popped in and out of that one, and I was like, yeah, these trailer music, especially for that Disney movie, what in the heck were they thinking?
I am good. I am good. That doesn't. That's just telling me you're good. That could mean anything.
And I even said in one of her comment section, I didn't see what took me out of that Disney movie was surprisingly too much modern slang.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to be the. It's almost like they're trying to be the next Shrek.
I know,
because Shrek was like that.
But Shrek again too suffers from, at least the first movie, it's dated. You can tell that a lot of the slang they're using in that movie is dated. Thankfully, the sequels didn't fall into that pit.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. But yeah, that trailer. Oh, I checked out when the baby started doing kung fu.
Yeah.
Because like I said,
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because like I said in her stream yesterday, I'm like, whenever time I see a baby, when I see something like that, I'm like, my mind should not be thinking cockfights.
No.
It's like, if the baby is doing martial arts, who's to say that they're not using that baby to fight in matches with other babies?
Yeah.
That's just that does not speak toy. That speaks child abusement. There.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, see, the smart things that I've ever seen done with babies being like, extraordinary. Have you ever seen Cyborg 009?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, the baby in that one, he can't do much, but he can teleport.
And use telekinesis and read minds.
And read minds,
Well,
but they do it, but that's how you write it in a smart way. Or
well, here's the thing. Also, here's another thing. Also, if he uses his powers, he goes to sleep because he's a baby,
Mm-hmm.
and who knows how long he wakes up from it.
Exactly.
So he's more of a coordinator
Mm-hmm.
at best. But if once he uses his telekinesis, he goes right to sleep once he's done.
Exactly.
And he's perpetually like that forever. There's nothing there's no growing up for him. You're talking about 001, I believe.
Yeah. And I've only known. See, I didn't even realize there was a whole universe of Cyborg 009 until I saw the in the 2000s on Toonami. I miss Toonami.
Me too. Well, we miss old Toonami.
Yeah, old Toonami. This is back. Yeah, so I saw this version and I thought this was the only version. Well, apparently no. There are a whole bunch of others.
Oh yeah. I want to track down the manga so I can really get into the manga, which I need to do. Doggo says, "Oh, I say Storks did the ninja skill joke well too because it was underplayed." Yeah. I remember. See, if anybody try to throw that argument at me, it's like, yeah, but the baby didn't outright just start doing kung fu throughout the whole movie, like this baby is going to do throughout this whole movie. It's going to look ridiculous. Like it was. Again, it was okay with Kung Pao into the fist because it's not meant to be.
I remember that movie.
It's not meant. Yeah, that movie was not meant to be taken serious. Like they're expecting us to take this movie serious.
Yeah,
and it's not. It's like I'm like I can
watch me when you had a martial art baby.
I can handle the crudes with the baby.
A martial art thug baby.
Yeah.
I got to meet the person in the pitch room who actually says, okay, who in their right mind thinks this is a good idea? Merchandising? No. Baby Yoda is merchandising, and he barely had to do anything.
Mm-hmm. Except raise his hand.
Exactly.
And eat stuff.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's it.
And then, like I said, going to the crudes, I can handle the baby running around like a little dog, and taking on monsters. It's a cave baby, okay?
Yeah.
Like I said, the baby in Raya, I'm like, really? Is this y'all? Why do I get to see this vision? This is y'all answer to.
Can we just call this what this movie really is? Captain Raya, the Last Warrior.
Oh goodness. I bet you there's gonna be something at the end. Also, I ain't got nothing to prove.
I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna skip this one.
It's like what she's like later on in that stream. She Sound Engraver watches the teaser, right? That had my attention. That teaser had my attention. But then when the second trailer, I was like, I was really excited. I was kind of like really excited for the second trailer. I'm like, okay, we got the official trailer. We're good. I'm like, what is this?
Yep.
I thought the last trailer was going to show up.
It's incredible how a trailer can make or break a movie, because I have seen terrible trailers to great movies. I have seen great trailers for terrible films.
Yeah. Like, I thought the Last Dragon was going to pop up. I assumed the Last Dragon was going to pop up at the end of the movie,
Yeah.
not not nearly as soon as the movie is placing it.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my goodness, it's too much. For one thing, I gotta say, it's too much estrogen in this movie.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
call me a
I call it
sexist if
more of the cute. I call
call
it the
me
cute
sexist and
factor.
chauvinistic all y'all want, huh?
I'm calling it more of the cute factor. It's like, look at how adorable every single one of these characters are. Well, yeah, but what else do they have going for them? But look how adorable they are.
That
And
doesn't tell
it's
me
like,
anything about them.
that tells me absolutely nothing. But the chart says the adorableness works. Okay, but what about the long game? Yes, but the chart says no, no. Stop with charts and statistics. Give me substance.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, call me a chauvinist and sexist all y'all want. That's too much. That's too much estrogen for me to handle. It's
I
not.
just think they're going to make
It's
me
like.
try to strain saying the word aw too many times.
It's like. Put it like this. It's not enough that the main villain is a woman. She has to trot around with a lot of women. Put it like this. Eva Green in 300 Rise of the Empire has more depth than this chick.
Oh, yeah.
And she was a sex slave.
Yep.
Way
And
more depth.
yeah, way more. Yeah, exactly. And I don't, it's just,
For those who are not in the know, I'm talking about Artemisia
yep.
from
From
300.
300 Rise of an Empire, which is which is an underrated sequel.
Yeah, it's good for what it is. It tells a different story. But I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like, bruh, why is this more convincing than this chick in Raya? This chick
Yeah.
is trying too hard. Whereas Aramisha, I believe she could command a warship. I can believe she could command her units with an iron fist. I believe if she grabs a man by the ball, excuse me for saying that, she will crush them to paste.
Yep.
Not this chick. I'm sorry, not this chick. Excuse
Nope.
me, Silent Grave, for the crudeness. If you ever catch us in the backwatch, excuse me for that. But yeah, I'm just moving on.
Yeah.
Let's get to next Tuesday. Next Tuesday will be me and Scoonertuna yet again, closing off this series of review with the season 4 of X-Men Evolution.
Kind
Back
of sad
buckle
to
your
see so.
hmm?
It's a shame to see it coming to an end because I love this show.
That too, and it is more than likely the last stream is going to be a very quick stream because there's not enough episodes to go through in that one.
Nope.
Not nearly enough, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Nothing on Thursday yet. Nothing on Thursday yet. Slots open, guys. For those who know who I am, y'all can y'all know where to contact me. You can contact. Let me try it again. For those of you who know who I am, where to find me, you know where to contact me. Thursday next week is open. Please, 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 do not be shy. Contact me on before Thursday happens. And if you want to talk, Thursday is open. Any topic you want to talk about, any topic, and I'll let you know if I ever whether I covered it or not, or we can cover it again with your voice added to the mix. Because just like Scooner, just like Matthew, and now this Thursday with Land Plus Size, you can discuss what you want to discuss with the Wolf Commander, and we can talk about this stuff. So Thursday's open. I got nothing planned there, or else if nobody hasn't contacted me, you're out of luck on that one. I'll already have a topic in mind by that point. So, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. The next Thursday is still open. So, after season 4, I do believe you and I, Scoonertuna, will actually now get into the X-Men movies.
Yep.
Shall we say?
Yeah.
And coincidentally, we're doing this on the month of February, Black History Month, of all things. So I think it was. My timing is crazy, guys. My timing is absolutely crazy.
Is it crazy or opportunistic?
Combination of both.
Yeah.
So that will be it, everybody. So this has been your Wolf Commander Wolf 10, and this has been the Schooner of the Tuna. Go ahead and sign us out, Scoonertuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government research facility deep underground that had excellent Wi-Fi today. This is Scoonertuna signing off. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Thank you, everybody. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I am your werewolf, signing out.